Recording in progress.
Welcome everybody to Birmingham City Hall, 151 Martin Street, Birmingham, for a special meeting workshop. It is Monday, February 9th. It is 5:31 p.m. And this workshop is to discuss public-private partnership projects. So we have a Pledge of Allegiance on the menu for this workshop. Do we want to do the Pledge of Allegiance now? We usually do not do the Pledge of Allegiance.
We usually do it second read.
Okay, so we'll pass on the Pledge of Allegiance right now, and please do a roll call, Alex.
Mayor Ballard?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Here.
Commissioner Haig?
Here.
Commissioner Host?
Here.
Commissioner Kolb?
Here.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Here.
Commissioner Treeslong? Here.
Thank you. We now would like to welcome the representatives of Plant Moran Real Point, correct?
Correct.
You have nothing, so
Nope.
why don't you guys come up to the lectern and introduce yourselves to, keep in mind that there are people watching now and will watch in the future on Zoom or YouTube or Vimeo, wherever we. So we're glad to have you, and we're excited to have this discussion.
Well, we are very grateful to be here, myself for the second time, and Kristen for the first time this evening. I'm Doug Smith with Plant Moran. Really, my expertise here is in consulting with clients on public-private partnerships. Did that in my prior career before Plant, in private development for a number of years. So obviously, bringing that expertise to bear on you, and tonight, really, our hope is to start to talk about a process that we think will help you in successfully navigating these. To do that tonight, I have brought Kristen Mixon with me, who will introduce herself. Kristen brings a wealth of experience in working on consensus building within organizations. This is largely a consensus building process that we're going to introduce tonight and get your feedback on and make sure we're headed in the right direction. So without further ado, Kristen, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you all for inviting us here today. I'm really excited to meet you all. I've been with Plant Moran Real Point for just about 5 years. I've worked on a variety of different projects, from large-scale program management to site readiness work with municipalities and large-scale planning that involve bringing a lot of different people together with different backgrounds to accomplish a common goal. Before I came to Plant Moran Real Point, I started my career in the military, where I was an Army officer and a Black Hawk helicopter pilot for 8 years. So during that experience, I learned a lot about leadership. I learned a lot about coming up with a plan that everyone understands and has a shared understanding, so that they can move it forward, even as conditions change on the battlefield. The reason military operations are successful is because everyone's aligned on what the goal is from the beginning, and then we spend a lot of time figuring out what the risks might be in accomplishing that goal and making a plan in case those things end up happening. So we're going to walk through a high-level process today that the city could consider for how they would think about public-private partnerships. And this is really meant to be an iterative process. We've just started this and really looking for feedback so that we can get alignment early and work towards getting alignment on this as we continue to move this project and this process development forward.
Any questions for Kristen?
I don't think at this point we're thinking of it as a project so much as a process that we would follow for projects.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Agreed, yeah, 100%. This is
Okay.
about process.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
So let us reintroduce the process that we, in essence, responded to in the RFP. And then really our objective is to show you kind of the first part of a process.
Could we first identify a couple of different types of projects that might come up, so that as you go through this process, you might say, well, in scenario A, it would work like this, scenario B. So scenario A is where someone approaches us and they have an idea. as some group approached us and said they'd like to put an event center on the top of one of our parking decks. Another approached us with, it was not super clear, but it was about mixed-use development on the site of one of our parking decks. Another might be where we identify a need, where we want something, and we might want to seek ideas or seek proposals, right? Again, where real estate, which is your, like, really strong value. And then I can imagine certain cases where either the real estate's already in place or the real estate isn't that big a deal. So we have a tennis ball at one of our parks, and all we give them is a piece of dirt. Maybe we gave them a pad with concrete, but that's it. And then they did their thing, and it seems to work pretty well for us. So that, I guess, would be in the sort of very minimal real estate involved, but the provision of a significant service to the community, pretty much at no cost to the city. So.
And if I may, and as an
Yeah.
aside to that, if there's, and this is again just brainstorming, this is not like a thought process that we want to necessarily implement, but if we had, say we have golf courses, and say we wanted to do a public-private partnership with, to share the golf courses, but have them, pay part of the costs and what have you, or maybe the ice rink, rather than us operating it on our own, about maybe having a private public partnership with those existing places.
Right.
Versus, hey, we have this building or plot of land that, we want to do X with, but we don't want to fund the whole thing, and we think it could be a public-private partnership as to a piece of land versus something that's existing. So there's kind of both of those.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think there's many dynamics at work here, but one is for a developer or a business, when you remove land cost, it opens up a lot of opportunity. The other is we always expect to derive public benefit from these. Okay, so sorry.
Don't be sorry. That's a great way to frame all this, candidly, as opposed to just talking about it in the abstract. What I'll say is that, the RFP asked for us to respond to what I will call a reactive process at this stage, not a proactive one. But we engage in proactive processes all the time, so I'm glad to meander into that.
And the RFP does not prohibit us from asking them to do that, does it?
The RFP that went out for,
He said the RFP was mostly about reactive, not going out and seeking. But there's nothing to stop us from asking them to go out and seek for us, if that's what we want.
we had some conversation about that here in the commission meeting as to when we were developing the contract language as to whether or not we would have them do that, and certainly not incentivize, because that could take
Right.
on some different issues and concerns. I'd have to read the RFP to answer your question, and I haven't looked at it in about 2 months.
Okay.
So I can get back on
Let's
that.
assume that if we asked you, you could. If
So
not,
it's an assumption, not a presumption.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, when I read it, it alluded to that possibility, was my read of things, but obviously, you're much more educated than I am with regards to legalities, but I think we can speak about both those scenarios and the advantages and disadvantages of both.
I think that they were coming here tonight to do a presentation on the reactive, but because we've had a few, right, where we've been approached, but I think we also have, and maybe that's a discussion for another time or another RFP or what have you, whatever we need to do, obviously, to stay within the confines. But I think that there might be some interest there too, given some properties that we have that we might want to consider that proactively.
Go ahead.
I would just like to refine the point. I think that what we said in our discussion when the RP was being developed is that we weren't looking for an organization to just shop stuff and bring it to us. We were looking for the organization to be reactive to our direction, whatever that direction might be.
That's a very good way to put
That
it.
is a very good way to put it.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, what you're going to hear when they get to this presentation can be used in if somebody brings a project to us, or you say, hey, go find us somebody to do something with Kenning Park.
Right.
This is the process that we want them to lay out and explain to you how they're going to review each of these options, however they come.
Great.
Yeah, I think the process will, if we walk through the process and develop it with you, it'll suit both situations fairly well. So, okay, why don't we talk a little bit about the process first? Then I think, using the examples you've given as context, we can walk through it as well. But, so focusing on step one is really about building the process that'll take place in steps 2 and step 3. So we're in step 1 right now, clearly working with you. We've suggested a process that we've had luck with. We've described it to staff, collaborated with them on some minor changes to it. The process that we've outlined thus far is, I would say, probably 25 or 30% of the entire process. But it summarizes, I think, the general direction. And my hope tonight would be really to convey to you what this process is and have you say thumbs up, you're headed the right direction, keep going down this path to develop this in more detail. But step 2, if you will, the first part of this process would be something comes in and is of some interest, someone's proposed a public-private partnership. This first step is intended to be just an initial measured evaluation of that, something that we can do fairly quick with staff. We'll have specific criteria that we're going to hit. We'll talk about those momentarily. But the idea is that this is something that in 15 to 30 days can be turned around. Staff and PMR can analyze this at a high level, given a minimal amount of information, and say, hey, we think that this is potentially something that should be considered by the city. So that's really the first step here. We'll share the criteria with you, just again to frame this. And the second step would be if we came to you and you said, hey guys, we like this, take it to the next step. That would be step 3. And I'm just calling that really a deeper dive evaluation. So we're starting to, for example, look at, okay, who is this developer? Or who is this operator? What's their history? What do their lenders have to say about them? What do other people that have dealt with them have to say, other municipalities as an example? How have they performed in the past in terms of what they committed to do? So this is a much deeper dive. The intention really after step 3 would be to have the city be comfortable agreeing to a letter of intent or a memorandum of understanding that basically bound the two parties to work together towards a formal agreement. So it wouldn't be legally binding typically at all, but it's just an agreement that for a time period, we're going to work with the city's going to work with us. We're not going to shop a property, for example, or shop operating services, for example. We agree to work with one another faithfully to try to come to a formal agreement. That would be part of step 4. Any questions about that? And I'm sorry, step 3, based on our experience, 90 to 180 days. Now, obviously, the type of deal could differ. The hair on it, as an example, the complexity, the size. That can.
There also could be stages in there.
Could be stages.
Where you come to us after 30 days and say, this is how far we
Right.
got.
And I just wanted to give you an example, as you asked for. Let's take the applicant that came with us and said, hey, I want to do an event venue on the top of the Chester Street parking deck. What Mr. Smith is saying is that comes in, step one that they're setting up is who's going to ask what questions and who's responsible for finding the answers. Step two is what exactly are we going to look for? We're going to do an early, high-level evaluation of the public, is there public benefit? Is this something that is consistent with our land use policies? Is it consistent with our master plan, yes or no? If we can throw it out right out of the gate, then we throw it out. If we think, hey, that's kind of like the discussion you had about the Chester Street deck at this meeting, right? You had a high-level discussion, oh, do we even want to do this? We've never thought of this. And then if you wanted to move forward with it, which you did not, you would go to step three, which is the deep dive study into the players, the finances, all of the deep dive evaluation things that they would do. They would work their magic on, and then you would decide if it's something, again, you wanted to move forward with after that stage. So just to give you an example.
Just to be clear, though, that it doesn't come to the commission for go, no-go till after the deep dive in number three. The management staff with your consultant would determine if it gets to stage three. Is that-
We know about it.
Well, see, this is where it gets difficult with what is discussed at a public meeting, what can and cannot be discussed, what can and cannot go into a closed session, and then the partners, the outside partners, how far they're willing to go before they come to a public meeting and everybody gets to hear their idea.
This goes to your concern about proprietary information. If somebody came with a really cool, unique idea and they don't want someone to steal that idea.
So are you saying that if you told the commission about something you received, it wouldn't necessarily have to be in a public meeting?
Keeping in mind, with the OMA, there are limited exceptions as to when we go into a closed session. And the purchase
I'm
of
thinking
real
just a
estate,
memo.
the purchase of real estate is one, because there is a disadvantage to discuss negotiation and strategy in public, because you lose the upper hand financially if we were to do that. But it's my opinion to go into a closed session to say, so-and-so has this idea, what do you guys think about it, is not within the confines of an exception.
That's not what I was thinking. We're not, you just laid out a situation where it gets to step three before we weigh in. My question is, can you notify us? Why couldn't you just send an email, attorney-client privileged email to the commission saying, hey, we got this proposal, you ought to know about it, we're working on it, we'll get back to you when we get to step three. Then we at least know what's going on. Maybe not. Anything's foiable, so, whether it comes to you or you send it to us, actually, once you...
It's not foiable if it's under attorney-client
Right,
privilege communication.
which is maybe a good reason to put it there.
Right.
But rather than leaving it just at the administrative level, where it's not, or maybe it is, I don't know.
But your point is you'd like to have a heads up that, hey, something came in and you're looking at it.
I think so.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I think we're okay with that.
Okay.
What we don't want to do is do the big discussion at
No, right.
a commission meeting.
Sure.
Because that's why we've hired these experts to do some of that work for us.
The other thing that gets ferreted out in step two and going into step three is whether or not it's the type of situation that ought to go out for an RFP so that the city has the advantage of having competition because it's in the best interest of the city, or perhaps not. And then that's where your consultants are going to work with your manager to make those determinations.
Can you think of two examples far on either side of the spectrum, one where it would absolutely necessitate an RFP and one where this doesn't work for RFP, we wouldn't even want to do one?
I cannot, and I don't want to do that publicly, even if I could.
Mayor Burton.
I want to make sure that we're all clear that it's not that we're trying to not have this be public at the appropriate time and to give the appropriate public input, our input, what have you. It's merely that at the very beginning, these things aren't going to happen if somebody has an idea and it's going to go out in the public immediately, and that, their idea is going to get stolen, or from the city's perspective, that it's detrimental to the city because we're going to end up paying more because it got out early. So I just want to make sure that there's a distinction there, that at the end of the day, it will become public at the appropriate time if it gets that far.
Absolutely, and you said it well, and I'm going to say a few more words that I think really solidifies it. Keeping in mind of who is bound by the confines of the Open Meeting Act, and that is the public body, that is you. Your manager is not confined to the OMA, your attorney is not confined to the OMA, your consultants are not confined to the OMA. So you have to trust the process of vetting what is good for the city and what isn't, based upon the things that Jana just mentioned. Is it part of the master plan? Is it beneficial to the public as a whole? Is this the kind of project that would be good? And then once that is vetted, and it's time for you to make a decision and weigh in, then it is appropriate and proper to come before you at a public meeting. So at some point, an investor has to be able to go ahead and jump in knowing that we're not necessarily going to keep their ideas secret, because there is not a way for us to do that unless we're buying land. But it will be brought to you at the appropriate time, and then they're going to have to decide if they're willing to take that risk. And if someone else comes in and says, hey, I want to throw my hat in, I could do that. Oh, but wait, I can do it better. If you have another developer or another investor who can make a better mousetrap, isn't that advantageous to the city? So at some point, there's a balance. And I think that the manager's office and your consultant worked the last couple of weeks behind the scenes, working out where that balance comes in step 1, 2, and 3, so that those things are sort of vetted, and when it's time for them to take the risk, they're taking a well-informed risk.
I think we all get that, right?
But I think it's important for your potential partners to get it, if they watch this meeting, to know that we're not going to go into closed session improperly. That's been asked of us already, and we responded no. There's no reason to us to go into a closed session to have this discussion. So our partners need to come in eyes wide open, where we're willing to go, where we legally can go, and we're not going to take risks to put the city in jeopardy of violating the OMA by going into closed sessions, which are advantageous to a developer or investor, not us. So this is all being said, not just for you.
Right.
I know you guys get it.
No, right, I get
We
it.
want to make sure everyone else gets it.
Okay. One comment before Commissioner Haig. The reason I brought it up, in part, for a heads up, all ideas aren't going to come to you guys. They're going to call me. They're going to call Commissioner Haig. They're going to call, anybody. And then hopefully they're going to bring it to you.
They're going to bring it to the manager.
And then you're going to keep it. Commissioner Haig.
So I really like mapping like this because it takes ambiguity out of everything. So this is actually very nice and clear. The question that I have, based off what you just talked about, at the end of step 3 or step 4, do we want to add a yes/no in there? Yes goes to public RFP, no doesn't go to public RFP, because this sort of thing I think would be an awesome map to literally hand in the first conversation to anybody that comes and goes, this is the process we have to follow. There's no deviations, it's an if-then chart. Understand at a certain point, you may not be the only bidder in this particular game, because it's not clear from that. It's clear from our discussion, but looking at this after the discussion, it seems like that would be a valuable add, so that, again, no ambiguity from anybody at any point. It should be easy to put in the appropriate spots, though.
And there may be other factors we haven't gotten to yet. You have the floor.
Great discussion, by the way, extremely appropriate, and I think, the process is so critical for all the reasons that have been laid out, and getting your agreement and alignment on the process will help the development community largely. Biggest reason these fail is because there's not political alignment ultimately. So our hope is that this process creates as much as possible, understanding you all have a vote when push comes to shove. So without further ado, why don't we talk a little bit about step 2, which is that initial measure evaluation that we would foresee.
All right, so like Doug said, this is really our first look at a potential opportunity that's coming to the city. We've talked about this being done by PMR and city staff, and really what we were trying to do is get this decision made quickly so that we can decide if we want to move forward with investing more time, resources into looking at an opportunity further. So the intent, and you'll see that this is only about 11 items here that we're looking at. So we're trying to make this very high level so that we can make these decisions quickly and that we can do this research with minimal effort besides what it would take to answer these initial questions. There's 2 categories of questions on here. At the top, we have some that are identified as non-negotiables. The way this works is if any of these, if a project were to fail any of these non-negotiable criteria, it would basically be considered a non-starter and it would end that project or that opportunity there. The rest of these are also considerations. What we're looking for is a majority pass, go, no-go here. We want it to pass all of the non-negotiables. So this means if any of the items in blue were to receive a no-go, there's a potential that the opportunity could still move forward to the next phase. Any questions on that at a high level? And then I can dig into some of the examples we have here for considerations.
On the negotiables, do you see any individual weighting maybe higher than another individual weighting? So for instance, if I, and again, this is thinking about it after you explain.
Right.
Like point number 2, preliminary physical, financial, and marketability metrics are viable. But there may be, let's say the financial might be a bit wobbly on someone, but there may be another factor that outweighs it. Do you have some sort of in-step weighting, or are you trying to look at all of them as equal weighted within those 8 factors and just say there's no difference?
I would say that if there's a difference and something isn't actually considered a non-negotiable, I would move it down to one of the blue, and then it would be the same weighting.
Okay, it was just if you wanted to see any difference between them, that's fine. If you view them all as of equal importance,
Right.
fine.
Yeah, the prioritization that we're drawing from this is non-negotiable, non-starter. If this does not meet this criteria, we are not interested in moving this forward at all, and really getting that initial guidance up front so that we can decide. The rest of these, depending on the mix and the considerations and the type of opportunity, you can make a decision either way, and, you can adjust it as you would like. But.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, so I'll just walk through these and then I can pause after each one and kind of see if there's any thoughts and we can go from there. And really, we want to get your feedback on these, so please just jump in if you have any thoughts. So the first example of a non-negotiable here is the proposed development or operation would support the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Birmingham.
I don't know if you need to go through each
Right.
one. Do you? Does anyone
Does
feel?
anyone, or if anyone has read it and has thoughts.
Why don't we take a minute
Yeah.
and look it over one more time?
Let
I
me know.
assume you've all looked at it.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions about any of these?
Number one, the thing that's missing for me on this first point is you're missing time as a factor. And I think, great, it works for 2 years, and then we're left with a $5-10 million problem, which I guess would fail some of these others. But I think time is an important component. If this is going to be good for just a brief period of time, it probably should be a no-go.
Is that covered somewhere in here?
Well, do you
think?
mean the time potentially to negotiate a deal, or just
No.
the time that the deal would be?
He's
or
talking about
project
the
would be?
project.
Yeah.
Is this a long-term project? You build a parking deck, we're going to be using it as long as there's cars. You build some, some wacky, fast.
Spaceport.
So the longevity of what
Right.
is
Yeah.
proposed?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that falls in a number of these potentially. Eight,
Yeah, I mean, we have financial.
Long-term
Yeah.
partner.
and
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
financial, the economic impacts.
Maybe
would
that
be
goes
presumably
up to
positive.
non-negotiable.
If the economic impacts were short-lived,
Right.
although positive, that would be a consideration as well. So,
Maybe 8, to Mr. Long's point, maybe item number 8 moves up to non-negotiable. They got to be a long-term partner.
and we can do
No?
that.
Depends on the project.
Depends
Yeah,
on the
it
project.
does.
If you're asking them to manage an asset for you, that's likely going to be term limited, so you have an opportunity to say, this is working, not working.
Okay, fair enough.
And if you're building a building together and they're going to be half tenant, then 8 becomes non-negotiable. Otherwise, you're not going to do it for the reasons that you outlined.
Yeah, ultimately, we're going to use good sense.
Yeah.
Right. I have a,
Fire.
under non-negotiable, the third one, credibility of the potential partner, reputation, history, legal issues, financial, et cetera. That on its face sounds somewhat subjective. Can you discuss that one a little bit?
Yeah, I think in the context, for example, and I mentioned some of these, in the context, for example, of a developer, I think we would, if they were local, as an example, we all would have an opinion regarding what their reputation is. At this stage, at this level, I think we do some soft underwriting, understanding, who they dealt with in the marketplace, if they dealt with other municipalities, to talk to them about that. So I think we're just at this stage kind of scratching the surface in terms of their reputation. But I think, the objective is not necessarily to boot them out, per se. It's just to take a litmus test. How do we feel about this group? In the next step, we're gonna dive deeply into that. So, if they're an operator and they don't have a long history of operating a specific type of facility that we're asking them to look at, that might be a reason to say, hey, they haven't done this before. Do we really want to go down this path?
Bankruptcy in their past might,
Right.
Bankruptcy is going to set off some
Red flags.
red flags undoubtedly.
Okay, so the way I look at this, we chose you for a reason. This isn't your first rodeo.
Right.
The criteria you've based off a learning experience of your own. It says draft up at the top. I'm fine with that, to look at your experience and say, guide us, because that's why we hired you.
Absolutely.
The way I also look at it is there are change requests that come through in every single project at certain points in time, because that's how projects happen. So we can look at this on the merits that we have it right now, and I'm going to say that applies to a lot of the questions we'll probably have on step 3 as well. Mm-hmm. But I'm looking to you to say, okay, we hired you to guide us. You're our rep. You're not somebody else's rep, you're our rep. So your best interest are our best interests. I'm fine with taking this as it stands, and if we learn by either doing a dry run with something or with the first one that comes in that we need to change something, then we change it. Circumstances will drive it and experience will change it, but I'm fine with how we've got this. My questions are literally going to be clarification rather than challenging your process at the moment. That's how I view it.
I think that's
I
completely
think that's
appropriate.
something I would look at my peers here and say, let's give them a benefit of some doubt and look for clarity of questions rather than challenging the methodology.
I think the other thing to consider is that, I don't know everything that's important to you as a city. I don't know what the city's goals and objectives are, what your priorities are. I understand generally health, safety, welfare. Is it a priority of yours to drive taxes? Is it a priority to drive foot traffic on the streets to support your retailers? Is it a priority of yours to differentiate the city from other surrounding cities so that you drive more population and interest in living here? These are all things to consider and prioritize that can be part of this process. And in many of the communities we work with, or really a lot of not-for-profits that we work with as well that have consensus-making boards and bodies, there's a process that they've already outlined. It's called their mission. Here are our priorities. I work with a lot of religious communities, interestingly. we have to walk them through this process. What are your priorities? Is it raising capital? Is it housing, people that are underhoused in your marketplace, serving the poor? So, we try to set those priorities up for everyone, and I think that needs to be part of this process.
So,
On the wall, right beside him, for a starter.
kind of, yeah. But,
So that-
here we're talking about a very specific work. So, to the extent that you can guide us or help us, we don't necessarily need you present, but maybe. But, you just mentioned a lot of things that might not have entered our minds up till now.
And I think every opportunity is going to have a lot of nuance. Like we talked about an event center on top of the parking deck. Well, there are a lot of issues related to that, like, are you going to change your zoning to allow for additional height throughout the city? What precedent does that set? There's a level of understanding of the structural integrity of that obviously has to be looked at. So, these ratings and rationale are going to take on different meaning depending on what we're looking at. I think, these are broad brush, what we think makes sense based on our experience, but as we get into a certain situation, we're going to have to work with staff and with you to modify these and understand which are more important than others based upon the situation at hand.
Yeah.
From my perspective, this is how it came about. We had a couple developers, individuals, whatever, that came to the city and made a proposal.
Right.
One of them was the parking structure. We said, are we interested in exploring? And I think the consensus was, we'd be silly not to, that we have like an obligation to explore it, on behalf of the residents of Birmingham. And number two was, if we're going to do that, we need to have a process, i.e. this. So I think that's where, at least I'm at, and others can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's kind of where we're at. So it was not, we need to drive this, or we need to,
Right.
What have you. That was not what drove this. And so, and I don't know, maybe if those individuals hadn't come to us, it may not have come to mind, even though it's something that I'm glad that we are exploring. Whether anything ever comes of it or not will remain to be seen.
I have a little bit more, a broader view of it, and just coming off of the abortive attempt to redevelop the North Old Woodward parking deck, and the feeling that we weren't getting enough out of it, and that we weren't well represented. So, and that piece of property is a prime opportunity for something like this. So, yes, we were brought something, a couple things, and there was a need. Anyway, do you want to go on to step 3?
Yeah, I'll just.
Unless we're.
No, I'll just suggest, in building on something you mentioned later, the proactive versus reactive. The proactive process, for example, you've got an underutilized piece of dirt downtown. Let's just say it's a parking lot that's not getting utilized, as an example, not to use the old Woodward example, because that's got, history. But, the most successful way to approach that would be to sit down and understand what the criteria are for a successful project on that piece of property in your minds, and then to draft the solicitation, the proposal, based upon those success factors, and communicate it to the community that you're reaching out to. That way, they know what you're looking for and what you're not looking for.
Agreed. And I have to say, and I think you guys would agree, if we're put into a reactive posture in anything, we're on our heels, we're reacting. It's always better to be proactive. So why wouldn't we consider being proactive in this? Because the possibilities are endless, versus somebody just bringing us an idea and saying yes or no to that idea. So.
Okay, so obviously open to thoughts, ideas, nuance related to step two. If there's things that you think are important that are not said, let's include them, please. And the same goes for step three, evaluations. This deeper dive, this is just meant to show you a process and our suggestions related to that. These are strong suggestions based on experience, but these things too will change depending on the type of opportunity that we're looking at. So just high level with regards to this, what we did was we took in the first two columns everything that was within the RFP it was very well put together, and we started to try to categorize them into the four buckets that you see named vertically here along the left side of the page: due diligence, risk, economics, and public benefit. So those are the buckets that we look at all these things within. The reason that we bucketed them this way is that underneath this process is a scoring system that relates to each one of these buckets and details under this bucket. For example, the public benefit bucket. It might have, we've listed just one bullet point there: alignment with city goals, objectives, which may include health, safety, welfare. If there are other goals or objectives that we want to enumerate, we can do that. But the process would entail identifying 2, 3, 4 of those things that are scored. You know, in terms of the specific deal that has come in, or the project or the operation that we're looking at, we would look at each of these categories and these criteria underneath them, and we have a scoring system put together that ultimately results in a numeric rating for the project overall. And it's a guide. Ultimately, you have a vote. But it's a guide that provides, I think, a quantitative way of understanding the merits of a potential operation, change, or project. So you might score a 50, you might score a 25, you might score a 90. All of those things, I think, all of those potentialities don't mean go or no-go necessarily. It just gives you, as a commission, a sense as to where this stands based upon the criteria you set together, and it helps you to start focus on, you know, specifically where improvements probably need to be made to get your support ultimately. So it's a starting place. But it really helps to clarify, if you're all on the same page in terms of these criteria, it really is a big step forward, and it's a big step forward for the community at large, or people that would be recipients or dealing with this process, to know, okay, I understand what the city's looking for, largely. I'm not going to come in with something that's way out of bounds. I might have some points that I'm concerned about because of my specific understanding of this operation or this type of development in my experience. That's fine. There are going to be unique situations, so enough said about that. So just want to make sure you understand this is representative of probably a 30% done process. There's a scoring process that goes with this that I think is critical to obtaining political alignment, if you will.
What do you think we need as skill sets to be complementary or to also help make some of these decisions? Because you're going to bring a certain set of skills, opinions, and views. Mm-hmm. Like the 7 of us, we have a fairly wide range of experiences, but we don't cover everything. We're certainly not experts in everything. We have to try and make judgments based on what's presented to us. Similarly for city staff, wide range of skill sets, but don't cover absolutely everything in the appropriate way. Would you be able to help us identify where we have weaknesses that we could improve upon in the decision-making process for some of these sorts of potential projects that come to us? Because everybody's blind to them. Everybody's blind to their own mistakes. We don't see our own mistakes. We need somebody else to say, hey, why did you do this? The peer checks.
Yeah.
Is there something where within a process you could say to us, okay, we need these particular skill sets to be stronger within the city as far as managing the evaluation process as it comes to us?
I think think we're going to bring all those skill sets. It's our job to educate you regarding those. I think these projects, you have a number of different risks, right? Construction risk, financial risk, market risk, and then I think, I'll call it political risk. It's can you get your stakeholders behind you? Can you as a board get aligned? So I think you have those 4 risks you're dealing with. The one you have the most control over is the political piece. It's working together, identifying the criteria that are important to you for decision-making. You don't have to have unanimity, obviously, to make a decision, but it helps to have alignment for many reasons. The construction, market, financial, due diligence risk, we understand all of those parts and pieces. We can help with your staff to mitigate all of those and educate you as to why they're so critical. So if someone brings in a deal and we understand, look, this deal doesn't make sense from a financial perspective for the developer. They're not making enough money on this. Something's wrong. That's a crazy example, but, or you're not getting enough public benefit out. We think we can bring benchmarks to the table to show you, why this is potentially askew and what the risks are associated with that. That's just an example.
My question may have actually accidentally jumped forward into the execution phase, where let's assume something's been chosen, where you would say, we recommend that you have these particular skill sets or strengths involved with the project, and we can evaluate your staff to see if they actually do have the correct skills for this particular project, because, like I said, everybody's got different strengths and weaknesses, and we don't necessarily cover everything. Maybe I took it 2 steps further than this right now, so we'll reserve that for the next phase.
But suffice it to say, we will have the skills necessary when the time comes.
I think we will.
And this is why we hired Plant
This is why
Moran,
we hired
because
you.
they have the skills to do this.
I have a question. When you look at this high level, just from a high level view, is there anything about Birmingham that puts us in a better position maybe than some other communities? Are there any types of projects that you envision, that you guys, when you drive home, maybe you're driving back together, you're like brainstorming stuff that you could do in Birmingham? What goes through your mind when you think about the opportunities here?
Well, I think, Birmingham's very unique, obviously, and I'm not saying that to give you all a pat on the back.
We know that.
Yeah. We're all the beneficiary of the city in many respects. But I think what's so unique about Birmingham is its economic stability and its ability to command very high dollar amounts for rents, its ability to continue to attract people downtown. So I think a lot of the other communities we work with really struggle on that front to attract potential interest. And so they're having to, in many cases, incentivize significantly or do things that they're not accustomed to doing.
Kind of the opposite of what we're looking to do? We're looking to squeeze something out of the development.
I think you're in a
Right.
unique position in that regard. Not to suggest that, there doesn't need to be some give and take depending on what the project is. But, you're a natural draw. Properties here are institutional quality, institutional value, long-term value. Think of it like an investment that you would make in a stock or bond, something you want to put away, and over time, it's going to be positive. There's a level of risk that's different in investing in Birmingham. There's probably a level of return that's a little bit different. It's maybe longer term, maybe more expensive to do it initially, but longer term.
So
I think that's unique.
So either if we were going to be proactive, or let's say alternatively, we had a flood of proposals in front of us, and we had to sort through them using some criteria, probably the same criteria we would use in being proactive, right?
Yes, same criteria.
I feel like we got to work on that, right? Is that something they're going to help us with? Or is that
That's
something we
exactly
got to
what
do
we're talking
ourselves?
about. No, that's exactly what
Okay,
we're
well, then
talking
we got to start talking about what are our needs? What are we looking for? And how can some of these, how could a partnership help that? I mean, do you want a
Okay.
brainstorming session right now?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's like a whole
No,
lead
I
gen
think-
program.
No, I think what we're talking about tonight is how to set up a process to evaluate these ideas.
I get
What
that.
you're taking
I'm
is
going.
different.
I'm moving forward.
It's separate, it's different, but can we all agree on this?
Oh, I think we
That
do.
all of these things are,
That's
correct.
Yeah.
There-
I mean, we could have come in and said, does everybody agree with this? And we would have said yes and moved on.
okay, well, we didn't hear that, so everybody agrees with that?
No,
Should we confirm that?
Roll call?
no, we're not allowed to vote.
You know, no votes.
We can't vote, but does anybody here have any problems with this?
So everybody is
No, I think-
fairly comfortable with this process that they've outlined, and
Well, is there an alternative? I mean, it seems
Well, you
very
can-
professional, very well thought out. I don't see any alternatives.
I would like
here.
a little discussion on steps 4 and 5.
Okay, let's talk about steps 4 and 5.
We have not talked to staff about steps 4 and 5. just
Okay.
To make it clear, but, the intention of step 4 is to build upon what would be a memorandum of understanding or a letter of intent that outline the business terms and conditions of a project or specific operation that might take place in the city. So, with that letter of intent or memorandum of understanding, we would engage in a formal process of putting a development agreement together or some type of management agreement between the city and the recipient or proposer of that.
So if I may,
Yeah,
so if there was an example where we thought this was a sole source opportunity, I'll say that, you could go from 3 to 4. But if you thought that it had to go to RFP, that would happen between 3 and 4?
well, we had a little discussion about that in our meeting. I think there's a couple of different approaches we could take, and we asked them to look a little further into what other communities have done to address this concern. And I say concern because it's basically the public process, right? And we're not a private developer, so we have to seek alternative options and review them. You want to talk a little bit about, say, what they did in Royal Oak?
Yeah, I mean, was not a party to that. I know Todd spoke to that.
Oh, okay.
So I want to be careful, but I think, and Jan, if you recall the details, please articulate them, but that was a situation where they had gotten fairly far down the path and it was a very unique set of circumstances and opportunity that really only Ron Bogie could deliver based upon what had been developed thus far.
So I'll give you an example. There was some talk about, okay, if we know that we're open to these types of public-private partnerships now, we talked about, could we do an RFP up front that says, hey, if anybody's got any projects or thoughts or ideas for public property that would provide some public benefit, we advertise it, let's say tomorrow, and see who comes in. So we don't define the scope to a certain location or specific benefits on that location.
got a
Because-
for instance?
Do I have a for instance?
Just off the top of your head, even it could be zany, but like,
The city's open to receiving proposals. If you have any development proposals that would be of public benefit and would utilize public property,
that broad.
send them in
That
3 months.
broad. Okay.
That's kind of your previous question, right? Generating leads.
Right. That could overwhelm.
It could, and but to your point about North Old Woodward, and I don't really want to get into the weeds on that, but the city did put out a proposal specifying what it wanted.
With some ambiguity,
with some ambiguity.
some significant ambiguity.
But there are different ways to deal with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think when Jana was talking about that, the broad, that could be a way to launch the concept, right? But then if.
Launch
let's-
which concept?
The
This whole
fact
concept?
that we're interested in doing the dance,
Okay,
right?
with anybody.
With anybody. And you know, to Plant Moran's point, I'm sorry, I don't remember your first name.
It's Doug.
Doug. There are communities that actually have to do, like, the different tax incentives in order to get development to happen in their community, be it on public or private areas, right? So we should let the public know, developers, investors know that we're interested in this dance, because otherwise they won't know. You can't really put out a specific RFP because you don't know what you need and what you want yet. However, let's take Mayor Pro Tem's example of the ice arena. Let's say at some point a commission determines that it no longer wants to operate the ice arena and wants to have a private company come in and do it for us, much like the tennis bubble. That's very specific. That would go out to a specific RFP. So that the big broad one would be to tell the world we're open for the dance. But then there could be opportunities where we know we actually want to tango, like your suggestion. So I think that's when we would have different behaviors regarding RFPs.
And in that, I would think that we'd want to know what the sorts of things we're looking for. Money, flat out money that we can put into streets. Increased parking capacity, public parking capacity. I don't know.
But that's
Space
the point
for
of the broad RFP.
A swimming pool.
At this point, the commission, the city, we don't have to do the imagining.
Right.
Let the
Let the-
imagination
Right, and
of
the
those who
market.
want to
Yeah.
partner with us come forward, because they may come up with things you don't even know you want or need yet.
Yeah, I would say those that wish to partner with us already are aware of the fact that they would wish to partner with us. We don't have to really announce this to some of the big names. They know. If they don't know, I'd be really surprised.
What,
So
you mean based on what we're doing now, tonight?
this is formalizing the methodology that we will take and how the evaluation
But
criteria happens. But those that wish to partner with us will come to us anyway because they know that they can at least ask. Now they know that there's a process they've got to go through.
I don't.
Making it public helps, but I think the big players that would typically want to operate in Birmingham, they know that they can come and ask questions anyway. You said it yourself. Maybe they contact you, maybe they contact me, whoever it may be.
We've gotten a lot?
I wouldn't say a lot, but I would say numerous expressions of interest.
So this is a formalization of it, and I like the fact we're formalizing, we're laying out a map and what the criteria are.
This is formalizing what the process
Right.
would be if somebody wished to submit a specific idea.
It allows for both.
Right.
Right.
It's that
Right.
simple. It allows for both.
Correct.
And if we get a month or 2 years down the line and we have a certain piece of land or a certain project and we're like, we could put that out and say, we're thinking of doing this with this. Anybody who's interested, come to us. There might be others that say, we're thinking of doing this. And we're like, wow, we never thought of that.
We never thought of that.
And you never thought of that. And so this allows for both.
And if it's publicized on Mitten, you then are also telling people who don't know. Sure, the big guys around town might know, but there may be some interesting developments coming from smaller cities throughout the state that have ideas that we've never considered.
Absolutely. I believe that, for sure. Especially if we gave some specificity to the
Then-
types of properties we're talking
Right.
about.
Perhaps
We
to-
have 3 parking decks that are over 50 years old, right? That we're either going to put a bunch of money into, or, who knows, maybe somebody's got some ideas.
We,
That's really specific and,
But that's important to identify.
yeah.
You know, that starts getting to what are the city's priorities?
be careful of how you just laid that out. be extremely careful, because the way you just described that, you just described mega projects. So what you created was, in his words, a marketing problem. What the city manager actually said was there may be smaller communities that bring ideas. Not that a smaller community wishes to be the partner, but they have things that happen in their communities. So if we put it out there in the forms that you put of parking deck, which we know is a $50, $60, $70 million project, what happens if the little guy comes up and goes, well, there was something I wanted to do, it's like $1 million, but it was this fantastic widget that worked in community X that we think would be great for
I
you.
think it's what he said. This covers all bases.
I know, but be careful how you were phrasing it just then, because you laid out criteria that narrowed the bandwidth. That's all.
I was giving an example of something we might put out there, not the only thing we would put out there. Thank you for your caution. Did you get your question answered about the transition from 4 to 5 or 3 to 4 and the RFP? Yes, no on the RFP?
Not really.
Okay, so let's come back. Do you want to come back to that?
I was just concerned, so say someone came to us with a specific idea. Okay, a specific idea. I want to be the guy who puts an event venue on top of the parking deck. Do we get to the point where we say, we're interested in an event venue on the top of the parking deck, but we can't just pick this company who brought us that idea. We'd have to make it open to all the restaurateurs in town or anybody who held a liquor license in town who wants to put an event venue on the top of the parking deck. How do we get to that decision, and where in this process is that decision made?
I think, Jan, the way you described it, potentially between 2 and 3. Would you want to start considering that?
Well, I don't know if it would be between 2 and 3, because then the commission wouldn't have publicly discussed all of the,
I think when we discussed it earlier, it was between 3 and 4. It depended
Right.
on what the idea was, but it came at that point.
Right.
Once it goes public, then we have to put it out there. Prior to that, it can be put on the table as something to be
Right.
discussed when it goes public, but no, but that's why I talked about the slight modification to the mapping, that there may be an iteration loop with a yes/no in it. But that's why I love the map.
Right, and if that's the case, if you see it going that direction, do you do all of step 3 for that one applicant? Or do you get part of the way through and say there may be more applicants? And do we need to do the deep dive on all of them? So I'm just,
Really good question.
I think there are some legalities obviously involved in this, but, in my opinion, something like that really requires an RFP process. It's relatively, it's not generic per se, but it's a recognized potential opportunity. And I think you probably would go into a public process, and I think that would be decided, before you went into step 3 and finished step 3, because
Okay.
step 3 really is about coming to a letter of intent or a memorandum of understanding with a specific applicant, if you will.
So the commission might have to weigh in a little sooner.
You've got a good point about maybe it's point 2, because I'm sort of rereading all of this. Perhaps we need inside step 2, maybe there is a recommendation that you give of whether that should go to an RFP, or whether you feel as though this could still be a single source based off the merits that you see at step 2. But then that would then, do we then go through the whole of step 3 prior to full commission, or is there, kind of like you talked about, maybe there's that 30-day interim where you say, okay, we got this far, we think it needs to go public, so rather than spend all your money on just this one guy and then redo it with however many others?
Well, I think if a project came to you that we thought and recommended it go out for RFP, we would work with you on the RFP. The RFP would be very specific in terms of the criteria you were looking for. So you, in essence, are walking through the step 3 process in many respects, because what you're going to get back is going to be highly refined based upon what your criteria were. And when those come in, then you would measure them against your criteria, and you'd have, say, 4 or 5 different projects to measure, all an event center on top of the deck, and weigh the merits of those against your criteria, see which one scored the highest, engage in a letter of intent with them, potentially, to see if you can get that far, and still in step 3, you agree on a letter of intent with a specific project or a specific developer, and then you move to step 4. So there's a lot going on potentially in step 3, but I do think there needs to be if there's going to be an RFP process, it needs to take place before really you get into step 3. Step 3 should be vetting the RFPs in accordance with the criteria
Okay.
that you developed.
If I may suggest where it would go, to Commissioner Haig's point, is after our consultant does their formal evaluation report and recommendation, part of the evaluation report and recommendation is to the manager to say, let's talk about this. We see this as an opportunity that this should go out to RFP. We then create the RFP. We get all that information, and then the final decision of not only the project, but the who would come to you at the conclusion of 3 to then take the next steps of the letter of intent or the MOU. So it seems that that's where the RFP, yes or no, should go.
So after step 3, before step 4.
In the middle of step 3,
In the
formal
midst, yeah.
evaluation, report, and recommendation. Part of
Yeah.
Plant Moran's evaluation, report, and recommendation to the manager is, yes, this is worthwhile, and yes, we should go out to RFP for this. And then that final decision comes to the commission, yes, we agree that we like this project, and here's the recommendation of who we're going to partner with. There's still the opportunity, if we can't come to the MOU or a letter of intent, if we can't come to an agreement before we go into a final agreement, there's still the opportunity to back out then and look at other partners that put in an RFP. Or it may be that at the end of the report and recommendation, you guys say, no, this isn't really in the city's best interest, and here's why. Or, yes, this is in the city's best interest, but we don't think an RFP is going to be beneficial to the city because we see this as a sole source, and here's why. And then based upon that recommendation, either it goes out to RFP, and then ultimately to you at the end of step 3 for the commission go, no go, and who, or
So what are the
here-
criteria for sole source?
that may be another set of criteria that we need to determine.
So one concern, which coming up with an idea and presenting to us is costly, right? If you do an RFP, everybody's gonna have the same costs involved, whatever, But I can imagine some ideas having a lot more work involved to get to the point that they would even bring them to us, right? An elaborate development where market studies and all sorts of, work is involved before they ever bring it to us. And if they think that we're just going to go out to RFP, are they going to bother? Are they going to bother with all that? Or are they going to scale way back, and maybe to the point where they can't even justify the project themselves? Does that make sense? In other words, they need to go through all the work to justify that this is a good idea. We want them to be able to vet it and validate maybe some of the claims, whether it's tax revenue or, all sorts of
Right,
things.
and that was happening in step 2. And this is what I said at the very beginning, that what we were saying earlier is for the benefit of everyone listening.
Yeah.
There needs to be an understanding and the understanding of risk involved for a developer investor to understand of how far do they want to go? How much money do they want to put into it? They want to get through step 2 for sure, right? But if it's a situation where it's going to go to RFP or it's going to come out in the public so they're taking a risk, they need to know that and be aware and then take their calculated risks. There also needs to be good communication between the people who are coming up with ideas and the manager and the consultant, so that everyone goes into everything eyes wide open.
Who's going to be responsible for that communication? Like, let's say you get a proposal. It's going to come to you, maybe it comes through one of us to you. You're going to give it to them,
We're going to share it with.
and they're going to call, they're going to then take over communication with the proposer.
Well, I don't know that we haven't really talked about that. I think that we were talking about a collaborative effort.
Yeah, I think so.
That
I-
makes
And I
sense.
think who communicates directly with a proposer, we would typically play that role, but obviously, communicate with you regularly. I mean, you have your day-to-day job to do. We're chasing down references and construction costs and rates of return, but we would stay in close collaboration and communication with you. And then obviously, we need legal counsel to weigh in on what we're trying to navigate here as well. And so that'll be important.
Mayor Pro Tem.
What you're describing is part of the process of doing a partnership with a public organization.
Correct.
And the good news is that many good things can come from it. The bad news is that it might get to the point along the line where it goes out to RFP, and your idea that you brought might garner more interest from others and/or a better deal from others. The good news from that as well is that whatever city they want to do it with in the United States has to operate in the same way in accepting and processing those projects. So it's just, it's part of the process. We can't just take somebody that brings us something, without that going through that process. Unless it is so unique and only they can provide it and nobody else can or is interested in providing it. And those may exist.
And that's going to come with the help of the expertise of the consultants, because as it was said at the beginning of this isn't their first rodeo, and we're going to rely on their expertise for this. But you're right, this is part of working with the public. There is a risk, but at the end of the day, our jobs is to serve the city, not investors. And while we want to be good partners and we want to get great projects, they need to understand and accept that we have to act within certain confines of the law. And we're going to do things the right way, and that could be risky for them. However, if they want it badly enough, they're going to take the risk.
That's why I like the mapping, because it basically, it says this is what will happen, and you have to weigh up your own risk, because if it does go to a public position, are you prepared to continue or not? And then they know right from the beginning if they want to invest any money in the idea.
Right.
So this is the roadmap.
Got to get control. I want to open it up to public comment. If the public comments and there's still time for us to talk, we can continue our discussion after that. So if you're online and you'd like to comment, use the raise your hand function, and we'll call on you. Otherwise, Mr. David Bloom,
Hello.
residence Birmingham.
David Bloom, resident of Birmingham. Good evening, everybody. I'm glad that we're doing this. There's a lot to be discussed. I'm looking at this and thinking that the city might want to try and use the bistro approach for this, where someone had to apply, and then the city said that they would give 2 bistro licenses a year, and it would go through some kind of vetting. And I'm thinking that there may be 2 different types of applications that someone approaching the city could go through. One would be they check a box and it's public and it gets fast-tracked and comes before you, and you can say, you can have regular meetings, or like maybe once every 2-3 months. You can go through the applications and say, yes, I'd like to work on that. If the person approaching the city wants to keep things under wraps and private, well, maybe that's a separate application. They check the box, it goes through attorney-client privilege communication. You guys have to figure out how that works out so you're not violating the Open Meetings Act, and that takes its own course. because one of the concerns I have is Birmingham is a desirable place. This gets in the papers or out in the media, whatever, that the city is open to this, and Plant Moran could have 10 years of work piled upon them, and we have to pay their salaries and their rates to go through all that. So I would think that the commission might want to keep a rein on that and kind of channel where we want to put our money, time, and resources in investigating things. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, and I don't know how aware Plant Moran is, and our mayor talked about parking decks. We have a serious parking deck problem in this city. We barely have enough parking for the development that we have. We don't have more parking for new large development. So anyone coming in and expecting that, oh, they're going to do something within the parking assessment district and do a public-private partnership, and we're going to draw a lot more people to Birmingham and there's no place to park, and the residents are going to have to pony up for a new parking deck, there needs to be some consideration of that, and maybe that could be part of your go, no-go guidelines in terms of what kind of extra parking demands a new development might have. There's a letter, moving on from this meeting, there is a letter in the packet tonight for the next meeting from Ms. Barrett talking about the obligations of boards on nonprofits to be fiduciaries. And I suspect, but I don't know, that there may have been financial mismanagement at the community house by the people running it. And I would also suspect that the board may not have been doing their job as fiduciaries to make sure that that stuff wasn't going on. So, and now the city's left holding the bag if the community house has to be sold.
You're going to come around to public-private partnerships?
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay.
So I do think that there needs to be an investigation to clear the community house executive that was running it and the board from any improprieties. And I would also suggest that there may be an opportunity through a public-private partnership to get the community house and the city out of this bind. The property is a $7 million property. If it's sold to another nonprofit, the property's still there. There may be an opportunity to add another floor or two to the community house that the city can get some type of senior center services, whatever, for the community. The property's there. It's shared somehow in a public-private partnership with the other nonprofit, and everybody can get what they want. The community house gets their money to pay off their loans, and the city can still utilize the benefits of that property there for other things that the community needs. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any other members of the public like to comment?
See anybody on
Okay, seeing none, bring it back. Any comments from those who have been quiet? Are you raising your hand?
No, fixing my colic, but thanks for
What is our next step here? Because I think we have some work to do, right? We have to, so would that be a workshop?
Well,
Would
do you
that
want to
be-
discuss that? Because I know what we talked about was getting your buy-in on this. Are we clear? Everybody seems to be pretty happy with this?
Yeah, right direction.
So we'll do a deeper dive then into the criteria and the scoring, and then we would come back to them, correct?
That's my understanding. I think that makes sense.
Does that sound good to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
I just want to say, Kristen, you had me with the Black Hawk.
Me too.
Motion to adjourn?
Yeah. Second?
Second.
Adjourn. We will be back in session in 11.
Don't touch that dial.
oops, I didn't, well, I'd like to call to order regular City Commission meeting for February 9th, 2026. It is 7 p.m. We are at City Hall, 151 Martin Street, Birmingham. And if you would please join me in standing and pledging allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor Ballard,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Here.
Commissioner Hay,
Here.
Commissioner Host,
Here.
Commissioner Kolb,
Here.
Commissioner Kozowski,
Here.
Commissioner Treeslaw.
Here.
Well, I should have been more effusive in my welcome. We have a full house tonight, and we really appreciate everybody being here, and hope we can get to your business as quickly as possible. First, we have proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, and confirmations, administrations of oath, introduction of guests, and announcements. We're going to start with some appointments. We have first an appointment to the Ethics Board for an alternate member to serve the remainder of a 3-year term expiring June 30th of this year. And we do have an applicant, Tim Bradley. Tim, are you here? Yes. Could you come up and introduce yourself and sort of tell us a little bit about why you're interested in serving on the Ethics Board?
Absolutely. My name is Tim Bradley, and I've been a lawyer for 16 years. 12 of those I've been practicing in Birmingham, Carlson, Gasky, and Olds around the corner. And I've been a Birmingham resident as well for 10 years now. And I've been into practice law in North Carolina and in Michigan, and went to Wayne State Law School. I focused on intellectual property law. And the reason I applied to be part of the Ethics Board was that I think ethical governance is very important in building trust with the public. And as an attorney, I'd like to be able to give back a little bit and use some of my skills that I picked up in my legal career and to help out the city.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Bradley?
Yes, for Ms. Kucharik, and for, I guess, Mr. Bradley. Mr. Bradley, are you aware that you would be restricted somewhat in your ability to represent clients if you were on the Ethics Board in Birmingham? Ms. Kucharik can give more detail. There was a lawyer before who stood down when he heard that there was some.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry, I was helping a resident who had the wrong date of a public hearing, which is a
Okay.
big deal, and I was trying to get him situated.
I-
Yes, what the commissioner is referring to is that there could be times where there would be maybe a potential client that you would not be able to take on if you were on the Ethics Board. And I don't really know your practice or what kind of law you're into. It was this particular person could not do it for his practice, but
Because there's business before the city, is that the idea?
yes.
Okay. Yeah, the nature of my practice is intellectual property law. I don't really do any sort of municipal anything, so that's highly unlikely to be a problem.
Now I recall, too,
Appreciate that.
he was a criminal defense attorney.
Yes.
And he would defend people against the city in
Oh, okay.
criminal matters.
I see. Thanks for the heads up, though. I appreciate that.
And may I add, it's not just you, but it's members of your firm as well.
Okay.
It could be, depending on the issue, it could be
Okay.
members of your firm, because it's not, when you're in a firm, it's not you personally that the analysis is done, it's done as to your firm.
Okay.
But again, if your firm is all doing intellectual property work, I don't see that that's going to be an issue.
And recusal is always an option. right?
Correct, yes.
Yes, if something comes as a surprise.
Okay.
I want to bring up something real quick that I brought up before with other applicants. The Ethics Board is somewhat different than other boards where you're actually asked to do some work if you're a lawyer, or even if you're not, like write the opinions. I don't know if you've read any of the opinions, have you? They're all on the website.
Yeah.
They're on the website, and we've been blessed to have had attorneys who are extremely competent, I think. I thought they did a pretty good job. And so hopefully you would have the time and inclination
Yeah.
to participate in that. I know this is a short appointment, and it's only for an alternate member, but just a heads up.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I can make time.
Okay. A nomination?
And I would like,
Go ahead.
I nominate Tim Bradley to be an alternate member of the Ethics Board to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire June 30th, 2026.
All those in favor?
yes.
Opposed?
Aye.
None? Unanimous?
Thank you.
Stick around, we'll swear you in momentarily. Next up is the Environmental Sustainability Committee. We have 3 appointments, regular, alternate. So we have 2 regular members whose terms will expire February 1st, 2029, and 1 alternate member, same expiration. The 3 applicants are Trenton Chapman, Guy Simons, and Sarah Rubino. So is Trenton present? Come on up, Trenton. Come on down. Right, yes. Mayor Long points out that the 2 regular members are renewals. You are on the board now, or?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so my appointment just expired on February 1st, so looking to
Okay,
renew.
good. So is there anything you'd like to tell us, or?
No, I mean, just it's been a pleasure working with the committee and the planning department for the past year. I think there's a lot of really great momentum on the Healthy Climate Plan. So it's been enjoyable. I've learned a lot, hoping to, also contribute to the plan as well. But yeah, just would love the opportunity to keep that going and just.
Could you
contribute however
review,
I can.
just in a sentence or two, your professional qualifications?
Sure, I have a Bachelor's of Arts from Arizona State University in Sustainability. And then I own a small business as well, so that's kind of the angle I try to bring to it, trying to relate to the viewpoint of a small business owner in Birmingham and how the plan could correlate with what they're doing, but also as a resident as well.
Thank you. We will hold off on the nominations and hear from Mr. Simons. Is Mr. Simons present? Hello, Mr. Simons. Come on down. Okay. Mr. Simons, you are the new applicant.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm a resident of Birmingham since 2013. Retired 2 years ago from my corporate job at ZF, which is a top 5 global supplier to the automotive industry. I was a VP of corporate finance. Some of my responsibilities included areas that touched with sustainability. I was responsible for insurance, global insurance. Worked with the environmental health safety team. Also risk management, financial risk management, due diligence on acquisitions. Often environmental risk or environmental reviews were part of that review. So I'm not an engineer, so my angle is definitely financial, and sustainability is often thought of as just ecology, but financial sustainability is often an important factor to consider. We'd like to do this, but can we do this, and how long could we keep doing this? People's patience runs out when the money keeps going out, right? So that's my angle for sure, but I'm personally certainly trying to do what I can to make my living more sustainable. My daughter is a sustainability analyst, she works in Europe, so no conflict of interest there. But so mostly as a personal interest and concern, want to contribute to the city operations in this manner.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Simons?
I'm really pleased I'm not the only one that thought about economic sustainability as well, so thank you for bringing it up. I appreciate that a lot.
Would you like to nominate him?
No.
We have to interview all three first.
One interview.
Oh, we're not taking nominations.
That's right.
I'm
We're gonna
sorry.
wait.
I'm out of order. Thank you very much. Stick around. We'll nominate you momentarily. And Sarah Rubino, are you here, Sarah? Sarah's not here, but Sarah does serve.
She is a reappointment,
Yep.
and
It's online?
I don't know, I was checking.
I don't see her online, but I remember when she came in last time.
Okay, so we have two reappointments. I assume, well, I'll take nominations. Let's just do it. Yes, please.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Sarah Rubino as a regular member to the Environmental Sustainability Committee to serve a 3-year term to expire on February 1st, 2029.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None.
Can I,
Please.
I'd like to nominate Trenton Chapman as a regular member to the Environmental Sustainability Committee to serve a 3-year term to expire February 1st, 2020.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. One more? Yes.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Guy Simons as the alternate member to the Environmental Sustainability Committee to serve a 3-year term to expire February 1st, 2029, and take care of our finances.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Everybody's unanimous. Stick around, we'll swear you in momentarily. Next, we have an appointment to the Board of Zoning Appeals, an alternate member to serve a 3-year term expiring February 18, 2029. Susan Shackett, are you present, Susan? Susan is not present.
You know,
Is a
but she
reappointment.
resigned from another board just so she could do this, and she was with us when we suggested that she resign and then take on this.
And this is a reappointment?
Yes.
Okay. I'm happy to entertain a nomination.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Susan Shackett as an alternate member to the Board of Zoning Appeals to serve a 3-year term to expire February 18, 2029.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Great. Susan, stick around. Next, we have the Wayfinding and Branding Committee, where we concur with the city manager's appointment. Is this now a standing committee?
It is.
So why are we concurring versus nominating?
Well, it's just, it was created by resolution, so it was created a little differently than some of our other boards, which are in the codes and ordinance.
Okay. And how do you want to do this? Do we want to read every one or concur?
It's up to you. You can concur with all of them if you want. I mean, it's basically the same committee that we've had now for,
Right. Well, there's 3 different terms. There's 9 appointments.
Right, 'cause we need to get
City attorney,
staggered
what do we
terms.
need to do here? What's the most expeditious way to handle
I
this?
think the city manager can simply say that she's going to appoint so-and-so for this term, so-and-so, and at the end, take the vote to concur.
Fire away.
okay then. I intend to appoint Nick Dupuy as a regular member, Doug Feehan as a regular member, and myself as a regular member with 3-year term to expire January 22nd, 2029. I intend to appoint Aaron Ford, parking manager, for a 2-year term. Well, I'll keep going. Also, Marianne Gamboa, our communications specialist, and Sarvi Lapari, who is the secretary of the Board, Birmingham Shopping District. All 3 of those for a 2-year term to expire January 22nd, 2028. And then I intend to appoint Erica Bassett, the executive director of the BSD, Annie Van Gelderen, who is on the Public Arts Board, and Scott Zelinski of the DPS for a 1-year term to expire January 22nd, 2027.
Can I get a motion to concur?
Motion to concur?
Second? Second? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Congratulations. We're going to have a crowd up here. Come on up, and Ms. Bingham will swear you in.
Everybody, it's a party, swearing party.
Raise your right hand and you'll say, "I do" after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of this state, and endeavor to secure and maintain an honest and efficient administration of the affairs of Birmingham, free from partisan distinction or control, and to perform the duties of office of Ethics Board, Environmental Sustainability Committee, Wayfinding and Branding Committee, Board of Zoning Appeals, according to the best of my ability.
I do.
Okay. You guys are all gonna line up, sign and print. I'll do the rest of the filling in.
This is most people,
We kind of did just appoint a whole party.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you. Congratulations.
We should put them in the next approvals in March, so we can make sure that everything is actually legit, because I think they filed their paperwork late, which is why they want to know that.
Thank you.
We're gonna put you on the second round. No, we can probably add you to the list to approve and consider next time. We just have to get things fixed, because if paperwork came in late, we might not have done all the checks. We need to have all the checks done and then approve you in March. And we can late paperwork. Yeah.
Thank you, and congratulations, and thank you again, the volunteerism we depend on to operate our city efficiently and fairly. Next up is open to the public for matters not on the agenda. If you'd like to make a comment on something that's not on the agenda, please come to the microphone, give us your name, your city of residence. We're not going to go back and forth. This isn't a question and answer period. We're happy to take all public comment. If there's a case where there's a whole lot of people, we might limit you. It doesn't appear there is, but I think you will. So,
Ready?
yes, please.
Mike Clift, Oakland Avenue, Birmingham. I'm told that the Birmingham Blue Dolphins did have an opportunity to sit down with representatives of the city manager's office last Friday to discuss the possibility of managing the pool at 400 East Lincoln. While that meeting was preliminary in nature, it's my understanding that it went well enough to anticipate future meetings on that same topic. That's good news to the citizens of Birmingham that would like to see the city retain a fully operational community swimming pool. We are hopeful that a mutually acceptable business arrangement along these lines can be crafted to make continued operation of the pool possible. This will likely involve some level of future investment on the part of the city, and I trust that BBD will earn that support from the city by committing to some reasonable level of access to the public on a membership or day use fee basis. Thank you for your continued support of indoor recreation programs for the citizens of Birmingham.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Mike.
My name is Michelle Arita. I live at 450 Oak, Unit 201. I received a letter on January 16th that said there would be a public hearing on the necessity to form a special assessment district, yet it is not on the agenda. And I know you're not answering questions, but I do have a question in my mind as to why was I notified of this? And is the decision going to be held or decided some other time?
I think the city manager.
It's in the Little San Francisco neighborhood.
No, this is Oak Avenue, which is a disaster.
West of Old
Oh,
Woodward.
West of Old Woodward.
Okay,
We set a public hearing for our next meeting, which
Yeah.
is.
Well, let me tell you what this says. It's going to be held on February 9th. If it's determined that there should be one, then there's going to be a hearing on the 23rd, and then something else on March 9th. And so we're left with really no information except for what's in this letter, which is quite disturbing.
Okay, I think there are two meetings coming up. One is a meeting with the city engineer, which is a residents meeting, and I believe that was the 12th, was it not?
I think it was last.
No.
No.
No,
It would
it
be-
is scheduled for February 12th from
That's coming up.
5:30 to 6:30.
Right.
But
And that is the first meeting. Actually, at our last meeting, we merely set a public hearing. So we didn't have a public hearing, we set a public hearing for the 23rd. Is that right? Our next meeting.
Let me check the minutes.
Whenever our next meeting is.
I do have a question, and I know it's going to be rhetorical because you're not going to answer anything, but when are we going to get down to the city resident price split? Because that has to be addressed, especially for Oak Avenue.
I absolutely agree with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, you agree with me that it's rhetorical, or you agree with me that Oak Avenue?
We need to talk, that we will be talking about that.
At what meeting?
The public hearing of necessity, you're correct, was scheduled at the last meeting for February 23rd
Right.
at 7 PM. And then if necessity was determined on that date, the next meeting would be the confirmation of the role on March 9th.
Right.
And so today doesn't apply?
Nothing
So the
tonight.
notice we got the notice we got from February 9th, but everything else is pretty well organized, right?
Could you give a copy of that notice to the city manager, please?
I think it's the same thing that that gentleman was showing me on his phone.
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah,
That's not a
no,
big issue.
that is,
What it says.
that is what it says, yeah. That is not correct. Those are the incorrect dates, so
Okay.
I apologize.
So I should write down the 12th, the 23rd,
The
and
12th?
March 9th.
Correct,
And the 12th, I'm sorry, 5:30 to 6:30
in this room.
in this room.
Is there anyone else who's here for that reason? My sincere apologies. I don't think tonight was ever.
No, I don't believe it was, because we did change the one, that's why I assumed it was for the one in
We-
Little San Francisco.
We did, that was the one we changed?
That was the one that we changed because two new people came forward and said they wanted to be part of it, so we
Right.
had to delay it. That's why I assumed you were talking.
Very sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Anyone else? Public comment? If you're online, please use raise your hand function. I don't see anybody, so no one else in the room, so we're going to move on to our consent agenda. The items listed on the consent agenda are routine and will be enacted by one motion, approved out of a roll call vote. There's no separate discussion on the items unless a commissioner or a citizen requests, in which case the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered later in the meeting. Does anyone on the commission want to remove an item from the consent agenda? None. Anyone in the public wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? None.
I don't see.
Okay, let's have a roll call, motion and a roll call.
I'll do a motion if you want.
Motion second, roll call.
Can I do a motion?
Yes, please.
I'd like to make a motion to move the consent agenda, including items A through F on the agenda tonight, as written.
Second.
Roll call, please, Ms. Bingham.
Commissioner Cole,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Commissioner Treeslaw.
Yes.
Great, thanks. We have no city manager's report today. We have unfinished business. A resolution to move forward with the bistro application for Snap Taco and permit the bistro to submit an application for a special land use permit, final site plan and design review to the planning board for review and recommendation, or take no action on it at this time. Hello.
Good. Thank you, Mayor Ballard. My name is Nick Dupuy, Planning Director, City of Birmingham. As you alluded to, this is round two, if you will, of our annual initial bistro screening process in which we select or have the ability to select up to 2 new bistro licenses in the City of Birmingham. So we are here first in November with 2 applicants, one of which moved forward, the second of which, the subject of this unfinished business tonight, Snap Taco. If I may summarize it into 2 main buckets. The conversation that, I guess, necessitated this delay, which was 60 days, is for them to take their application back and try to work through some of the questions about outdoor dining that you all had as a group. And then 2, an even broader question about whether or not, frankly, you wanted to see another liquor license in Birmingham. So, related to the first question, what I would suggest to you is in your packet, they did walk through a series of plans, possibilities, yes.
I just want to clarify, this report was prepared by Snap Taco, correct?
This particular report, yes.
You didn't-
PowerPoint, yes.
Wasn't your words revolutionizing?
Yes, that was by the
I want to make sure everybody's clear that's not a city
Thanks. Yep.
position.
Yep. So they provided you 3 options. So what I would suggest to you, related to outdoor dining, is in my opinion, I think they've answered the question of can they provide it and do they meet the zoning ordinances with the proposed site plans, either one of the 3. We're working at about 10,000 feet on these. I think it's, frankly, valuable to hear whether you like it or not, because ultimately, should they be moved forward to a bistro application and a special land use permit, they will be back here for final decisions. So I think it's important that they know what you might like to see and what you might not like to see. But I think at this level, the question has been answered. I think they do have an adequate site plan that would meet zoning ordinances. The second question, though, more broadly, about whether or not you'd like to see another bistro in Birmingham, a new bistro, is something you'll have to sort of sort out. I mentioned in the report there's around 22 bistros. You saw in your packets there's, broadly speaking, about 42, and that fluctuates year to year. About 36 of them are downtown, the liquor license in the city. So when it comes to deciding whether or not you'd like another liquor license to be transferred into town, that's about all the data I have for you in terms of quantity. So I do, of course, have the applicant here tonight to describe any more details, answer any more questions. But I think that summarizes the report for me.
So to summarize your summary,
Nice.
you would like us to opine on the options for outdoor dining, but then you also are suggesting that we might not approve them because we don't want another bistro? And is that correct? Yeah, that was sort of what you said?
I think it's sort of, and if I may just restate to clarify, summarize your summary of my summary. There are 2 main questions that I think you asked of the applicant, which we worked together over the last couple of months.
Yeah.
One, can you do outdoor dining? The answer is yes, they can.
Okay.
They have the space. Whether or not you like it is what I'm suggesting is a site plan review conversation, and ultimately, should you move them forward, a business decision for them to make. Do they want to make the investment to come here if, for example, you don't like the platform? The second question is the broader question, sort of the purpose of initial bistro screening, is do you want to allow another establishment to transfer a liquor license into the city? Does it meet the criteria of Chapter 10? Is it unique? Does it have adequate sanitary facilities? Do they have a good track record? Those kinds of qualifications? And that's what I'm really asking.
Okay. Did we not already make that decision by?
We went through the bistros that were offered in the fall, but if you recall, they did not have outdoor dining showing, and you told them, come back, go
Right.
study it.
Right.
Can you do outdoor dining? Because if you can't qualify as a bistro. If
Okay.
you can, bring it back to us. So that's what they brought back with 3 options for outdoor dining. What the question for you tonight is, do you want to send it to the planning board to move to the next level?
Okay. Thank you. comments on A, B, and C? I have a question about B. Doesn't that require approval of the adjacent either property owner or business operator?
The short answer is yes. We
And
look
do
for
they have that?
Concurrence. Not at this time. That's something we typically handle in the site plan review process.
That's a completely different building or the same building? Well, we have a letter from the building owner.
Correct.
I'll take it out of the garbage. Right?
Yes.
But he didn't explicitly say that they have my permission to use. Why didn't he say that?
Because they haven't determined which outdoor dining layout they're going to go for. It may depend on what the planning board's thoughts are on it, too.
And is it the approval, if I may, of the building owner or of the tenant itself?
Is it the approval of the building owner or the tenant?
The former.
The owner?
I thought it was the owner.
Okay.
Okay. Well, seems silly to write the letter, but whatever.
We talked with him in depth about it. He comes down.
I'm sorry, we've already said we're not going for the parking platform. So I don't even know why you submitted that. Open it up to the commission for discussion of B and or C. Yes, Commissioner Hayes.
Okay, so option B. Looking at the layout there, and I spent 20 minutes in front of your store yesterday afternoon, just sitting looking at it, just watching the world go by, at 4:30 on a freezing Sunday afternoon.
Yes.
Option B, when we take account of both of the planters, there are 7 parking spots that have no access to the sidewalk. So what that means is the mother that takes the child seat out of her car has to take it out, walk around the back of a vehicle, and at 4 feet wide, walk down the drive lane holding her baby. That's not safe to me. It's off the table. Simple as that. It's off the table. I cannot put that on my shoulders that I said okay to something where I can see a problem. Next part of it. It leaves a 5-foot wide pathway with the entrance to the deck almost directly opposite your entrance. So we've got two-way traffic going in and out of a 5-foot gap. And we have to make sure we maintain ADA access for wheelchairs. The 5 feet gives us that, but it's got crossing traffic directly in front of it that a wheelchair operator really would be struggling to see. When we go just to the north of where you are, Churchill's has like an A-frame sign that sticks out into the sidewalk. So within that 5-foot line of sight, there's the sign that sticks out, so people would have to walk around the sign to your adjacent business and then walk back in to go through the 5-foot corridor. It doesn't flow. It just doesn't flow. I hate to say it to you like that, but it doesn't work for me. Option C. Option C doesn't actually add spaces. And I feel for you on that one. But at that point, I have to go back to the revolutionizing dining slide that says current sales figures are insufficient to sustain the location. That's a standalone sentence in there. If you're not adding seats, how are you going to sustain the location? If you're actually going to have seats that are going to be very weather dependent, so you're actually taking away a table in the winter months.
Yes, you're right. We did take one table away, but you also got to understand that.
Hold on, I'm sorry. He hit you with a lot, and I apologize.
I'm okay.
But
I'm good.
I think you probably want several responses, right? Maybe we slow it down, back it up a little bit. First, address his concerns, if you can, with option B.
The option B, the concern is, and I don't want to use this, that other locations have that concern, and it's not an issue for other locations, just for us. There are places right across the street here that you can't walk through in the summertime. They're 3 feet, 2 feet, right across the street here. But you're saying the 5 feet is a concern, so I'm trying to understand your point.
Back up. The 5 feet is not a concern because it meets ADI. Yes, we've seen issues over here and another one, and that was addressed.
Okay, well,
And if it wasn't addressed,
Hold on, I need to get control here. Commissioner Haig, I heard you point out 2 concerns. One concern was that the patio, or whatever you want to call it, the dining area, would come basically right to where the parking meters are. And if somebody
Planters on either side.
Okay, planters. So if somebody gets out of their car, they can't just get out of the car and walk over to, they have to go out into the street and walk around, right? And I think his response, just to be clear, is that that condition exists elsewhere. and that perhaps you're singling him out. Is that fair enough?
I say I see it elsewhere. If it's a concern, I wonder how we could address it. I'm looking for an option or a example of how we could, because we see it other places.
Commissioner Long makes a good point. Mr. Dupuy, can you confirm what Commissioner Haig is asserting about the location of the planters and the inability of somebody to get?
Yeah, I think it's true. The location of the planters is there would be one planter box on either side of this facility. Yes, and typically.
So it is a problem, or it is whatever it is. It is what it is. What he says is true, and what he says may be true too, right?
Sure.
Okay. The second concern was about the width of the sidewalk or the amount of sidewalk passage that would remain would be 5 feet?
It's 5 feet on the plan. I'm not worried about the 5 feet. It's 5 feet with crossing traffic from the main entrance and also from the proposed dining area entrance. That makes it challenging for someone who may be in a wheelchair or with
Does everybody understand what he's saying?
impairment.
That it's 5 feet, and what's required?
5 feet.
Okay. At entrances?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Is there anywhere where more is required?
More is required?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
We do have this location, this type of situation in a couple of spots.
Okay. So,
Doesn't mean it's good.
True.
okay. But your beef is with the law, not with the applicant.
No, I'm not questioning the 5 feet.
Oh, what are you
5 feet,
questioning?
the 5 feet, we have this strip that's 5 feet wide, and there is crossing traffic that goes across it, foot traffic that goes across it, that to me is of risk to pedestrians. It's not the worst thing on earth. It doesn't mean it's good.
Okay.
My bigger concern was 7 parking spots. You have to walk into the drive lane of South Old Woodward to be able to get from your vehicle to the sidewalk. We have 0 free access for safety purposes to get to the sidewalk. That, to me, is actually the bigger concern of the two.
Okay.
I just mentioned the crossing traffic because it was part and parcel of the whole view.
And so you've confirmed his assertion. Can you confirm the applicant's assertion that that condition exists elsewhere?
I think that's true.
Okay. All right.
The exact condition, it's not apples to apples, but
Okay.
similar.
And then your concern with number 3, or C, option C, was that
I think
doesn't really-
it kind of prejudices against themselves, and I hate to see that happen because it takes away a table during the winter months.
Yeah,
And that's really, I don't want to see you lose space.
Totally agree with you. That's our kind of our worst-case scenario that we would have to meet the requirements of outdoor seating. Because one of the things that we see currently is we do get a peak rush at dinner time, but we don't keep our rush is not that long because we don't have the people that want to sit. People are asking for beer, they're asking for margaritas. They want to sit, enjoy their time there. It's a very nice place. I don't know if you got to show the pictures of the inside, what we did. The whole place has been redone. I don't know if you had a chance to visit inside. The food that we offer, we offer a full array of food, fajitas, burritos, tacos, quesadillas, where the other locations in the city are more just tacos and burritos, or have very small menu. We're open, we try to stay open 11 to 11, and without the liquor license, it just didn't pan out. So we moved back to 11 to 9 for the winter months.
And if I could help you out, sir, I think it's not the outdoor dining that's critical to his bottom line, if I'll say, it's the liquor license.
Right.
I think that's where that came from.
Yeah, and yes, ideally, we would get the more seating out, increase our seating by 33 to 50% during the peak summer time to help with the cash flow for the winter time. But ideally, our bottom line is we need the liquor license to help with, to give us a dining experience that meets the other locations in the city.
Commissioner Long.
So if you had the liquor license, even with the same number of tables, the ticket per table would be higher.
Yeah, the average ticket.
So your revenue would improve.
Correct.
So option C, I also think is the worst case, but it is a viable option in that it meets the technical terms of the bistro license. I'm wondering whether there might not be an opportunity for you to modify option B so that the outdoor area proposed on the sidewalk is narrower somehow, so that Commissioner Haig's concern, and that would be up to the planning board to decide which end should come in or go out if you got permission from your landlord, to make a clearer path. I understand also his concern about cross-traffic, but that exists in a lot of places. In fact, we discussed that extensively when we discussed Lux doing their outdoor dining because of this dogs and strollers and stuff that are in that area because of Booth Park. So I think that, option B might be viable if it was reduced perhaps in square footage somewhat.
Agreed. Also, I think you can work with the table size, whether they're even tables. I've seen in some cities, high tops, you stand and eat. But, and maybe that's something that you can consider.
I can completely agree with Commissioner Long with an E, not myself, with regard to option B. I would like to see option B maybe a little bit smaller. I'm looking at the photograph, and where the parking meter and the trash can is, if that came over enough to provide a walkway through, I have no problem with the cross traffic. We have that all over town. We have it right behind me right here. I've lived in this city for 31 years, and I've never had anybody walk into me, and I walk by those places and Lux and everywhere else. So if option B was made a little bit smaller, you might lose a few chairs, but it would alleviate the problem. You've got a planter and a trash can and a meter and then a fence blocking spaces there. It doesn't take any parking spots. It allows you to have outdoor seating. I would have no problem with that.
Okay. Mr. Dupuy, if we okay this, we're not really okaying it. We're just saying, take it back to the planning board.
Options for the
The planning board can micromanage the size of the tables, the location of all this stuff, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to ask a process question to Mr. Dupuy as well.
Yeah.
Would we be basically moving all of these forward, and then the planning board would make a recommendation between A, B, and C? Or would we say we are only comfortable moving a subset of these options forward?
I think what they'll do, speaking for the applicant, but what I would work with them on is they're going to take this feedback and they're going to bring their best version to the planning board. We often don't care for options at the planning board. Whether it gets worked even further at the planning board, that's yet to be seen. But I think we both maybe heard enough from you to understand what you'd like.
We give feedback here. The applicant will bring one version to the planning board, which the planning board will then have an opportunity to edit if they have further concerns. And then should they choose to recommend it, right?
Correct.
It will then reappear before us.
That is correct.
That is exactly right.
Excellent, thank you.
Motion? Go ahead.
Do you have anything else?
The problem with B, to me, the biggest problem in B is, besides what Andrew said, is any elimination of parking.
There's no elimination.
There's no elimination of parking in B.
It's on the sidewalk. Not one spot.
In A there is.
Oh, in A there is.
A is
Sorry.
elimination of parking, B doesn't. It's just the sidewalk gets narrower.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a resolution to move forward with the bistro application for Snap Taco and permit the bistro to submit an application for special land use permit, final site plan, and design review to the planning board for review and recommendation.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Next
Appreciate
step.
your time.
Excellent. New business, we have a resolution to approve the renewal of liquor licenses for 2026 licensing period for a whole bunch of establishments holding Class B, C, or microbrewery liquor licenses that are in compliance with Chapter 10 alcohol liquors of the city code. Everybody has the same question.
Yep. No.
And there's a second motion to set public hearings and to consider whether we would file objections with the Michigan Liquor Control Commission for the renewal of certain licenses held by the following establishments that are in violation of Chapter 10 alcohol liquors of the city code. Those three right now, as listed on our agenda, are 220 Merrill, Sidecar, Slice, Shift, and we're curious about social.
Yeah.
There's more. Need I read it right now?
The clerk is going to give a presentation.
Okay, we're going to go to the city clerk.
I do want to give an update. Social has paid up on everything, so they are good. So they are in the approval list. On your desks, you have the updated resolution. We have to do some looking because I think there was some late paperwork that hung up on Kaishan. So we're going to take a look at Kaishan in March, which their attorney is right there because he was concerned. But I think there was a late paperwork issue, and I want to make sure that everything is set. I did check the Treasury report, and they were good there, but I want to make sure all the i's are dotted and t's are crossed before we approve their license for the year. So there might be some other things to consider with how your license has transferred.
Mr. Mayor, did the city clerk say that they paid it off? Is that the notion?
Social is the
Yeah,
one
social.
that has no more outstanding issues. The
Okay.
only outstanding issues that remain, because all the Treasury issues have been resolved, all the planning, building department issues are taken care of, but based on some frequent contact with PD, the only ones that we were saying, if you want to talk about it, we could talk about it, would be 220 Slice Sidecar and Shift. So other than that, all the other liquor license are good to go. Staff recommends approval. But if you guys saw anything else in the reports that raised a concern, you can also bring that up at this point in time.
Okay.
So can we get clarity about,
The reason I'm here, so I'm David Draper on behalf of Gold Coin Inc. at 176 South Old Woodward. It was Sushi Japan Inc. We received the conditional liquor license in November of '25. It's good for a year. We're waiting on the permanent transfer. We should have that shortly. But I noted that we were not on the list. We did it's our first go-around, and I apologize. We got it in last week, the application for annual renewal. We were, I'm sure, late to get on that list. And I'd just like to make sure we don't get lost. And whatever the process is.
Are they lost?
Typically, I have to look, but typically, once they've gone through that public hearing process, it's not until your next year. So I need to see if you would actually be in next year's renewals versus this year's, because you've barely been operating.
Right. And
So that might have been why you weren't on the list this year, but I don't have all of my resources on this computer tomorrow.
This week, tomorrow, excellent, if that's okay.
Yes. So I think what happened was because you were a transfer, you've barely been operating, you would have gotten caught in next year's renewal. So this is still good for you to watch, so you can learn that you have to really follow all the rules.
Always learn. Thank you.
Yep.
So are you satisfied?
I am if you'll.
Are you
if that's
satisfied?
okay.
They should be fine.
We'll reach out
We'll
tomorrow.
figure out the rest of it.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry to slow things down, but appreciate you. Good to see you.
Okay.
so
Go on. Yes.
So it appears then that of the list of operating establishments for renewal, only 2 now remain for us to discuss whether we want to set public hearings for them or approve them with the rest of the establishments, and those are 220 Merrill and Sidecar Slice Shift, and those are both due to having more than, it would appear, 1 or 2 police interactions. 220 Merrill has 6, Slice Sidecar Shift, which is 3 establishments, has 3, but I also noted that Market North End has 4, and they are not on this list, and that seems to be a disparate treatment, and I would like to understand why. And then perhaps if representatives of the establishments, the other establishments are here, they could address us.
Captain Wald is here.
Good evening. Yeah,
And so not just, I think there are concerns in general. I don't know about the rest of the commission. We like to hear a report from the police about our liquor establishments once a year, in addition to any particulars, and maybe sort of in relation to the report we got last year, right? Because last year, we were talking about some other establishments, correct? So why don't you talk?
So with respect to Market North End, yes, they have more incidents than some other places that we have not pulled. The main reason that the two that we've asked to be pulled is lack of cooperation from staff and from management when we have incidents or when we have to follow up. With respect to Market, we have a ton of cooperation. We go out, they take advice that we give them for mitigation efforts. They follow up with our investigators all the time. We understand that alcohol establishments are going to have problems. It's only 4. It really isn't that bad. And frankly, it's actually 3 because one of them was completely unfounded. With respect to Sidecar and 220, they are not doing that. They are kind of giving our investigators a runaround when we're trying to follow up on investigations. I know Zana in this hearing was pulled, twice in the past 2 years? They're not on here now. You saw in your report.
Right.
One significant incident, and that was it. They have taken almost all of our recommendations for mitigation. They have changed their screening procedures. I believe they pat down their patrons, especially on the weekends. So that has changed a lot of what goes on there. And if there is any follow-up that we need with their staff, it's immediate and it's complete.
Well, that's good to hear.
That's a great explanation. Thank you, Captain.
I was very concerned last year.
Yes, and
very
actually,
They've done a 180.
Are you still parking out in front every Saturday night?
Pretty much. I mean, I don't know about parking, but we have a presence, yes, we do.
If I may.
Yes.
I also want to point out for 220 that there's a treasury violation also.
They've paid that.
Is that's resolved?
They paid that
Okay,
today.
thank you. All right.
So has everyone's questions and concerns been addressed? Yes.
220, were they not on last year's list?
I believe they were.
What about the year before? I have a recollection of 220 being a frequent flyer. Okay, so 220 is responsible for 28% of the police incidents that are listed here. And I believe all of them involve violence of some degree from a frequent flyer.
Commissioner?
I would just note proportionally, it's a much larger establishment than some of the.
It's two.
Right.
It's Rose Room and
Right.
the restaurant. It's
So-
two different.
So, I mean, there's a lot more there's a lot more bodies.
I think Lux is quite large
What
as well.
kind of cooperation do you get or not get from 220?
220, not very much. So I know we just noted that there's 2 establishments for 220, Rose Room, and you referenced the 28%. Well, of the incidents that we have at 220, probably 95% of it is Rose Room. We believe that their staff, specifically their security staff, has been instructed to not give us statements because we don't get statements from their staff, written or verbal, which is huge because they're witnesses. That's why half of these end up as disorderly conducts, not as assaults or something more specific, because we have to go to the lowest common denominator for charges.
Okay, so
some of
they are on the list to come back, right?
If we vote that way.
Yeah, well, of course.
But hasn't they been a problem for the last 3 years? I'm asking.
At least a couple of years, yes.
Okay.
But when we,
So this
if
is
and
the
when
3rd year.
If and when we bring them back, I would hope we maybe have a 10-year history. Shouldn't be hard, right?
Shouldn't be hard. We could do that.
Not just of the liquor
Sure,
licenses.
as long as you got it all together.
Yep.
The whole thing.
There was some deck fire.
I do.
With all the names.
Well, if there are representatives from either one of these establishments in the room, though, we should give them an opportunity to speak.
Are there representatives of any of these establishments? I see a hand. Ms. Allen,
Good evening.
welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Kelly Allen. I'm here tonight for Zedaliah. He's on a plane, and he is running late. He's trying to get here. I am a little surprised to hear that Mr. Elia is not cooperative. I mean, he did stand here last year and talk to you about this stuff. And as you know, he's an attorney. And he is one that I know to at least talk to the police department about what's going on. They did have 6 calls that are listed in your packet tonight. One of them took place inside. I hear what the police department is saying. By the time they get there, everybody's gone. And that is sort of what you're seeing, but they do have nicely dressed security people, people that are trying to keep order. And Zaid is real serious about this stuff. He's got a lot of establishments, and this is, his biggest one, and he lives here. So I would think that they've been licensed since 2020 under this ownership. They have one liquor violation with the state of Michigan very early on for, I think he did like a bottomless mimosa or something, pretty minor. And also, I know definitely that the police department has been in once, if not twice, in the past 12 months, doing what we call controlled buys. And I know for a fact that 220 passed their controlled buy, so that means they're not selling to minors. So what you're seeing is some rowdiness over there, I think. And I can tell where this is going, but I can also tell you that when Zaid understands, also I should say that they were under the belief, Zaid and his general counsel, that they were done once they paid the problem with the taxes, which they took care of. They did not realize that they were going to be on tonight for these police calls. The agenda was posted like Friday afternoon, and this is what I do, so I check everyone. And I got a hold of the people, both of my clients that are on here tonight, and neither one of them really were prepared to be here tonight, so that's why he's on a plane, or he would be here.
My concern, which may be shared by other commissioners, is the police captain's assertion that staff at the Rose Room is not cooperating. So Zaid's assertions, I remember his several years when he comes and talks to us and says, you have my cell phone and call me if there's ever a problem. I feel like there needs to be some reconciliation between what you and he say and what Captain Wald has to say. Yes?
The Rose Room has been a problem for many years.
Well, people go there and consume alcohol. Go ahead.
Okay. Anything further? Okay. I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to set up, wrong spot. I'd like to make a motion to adopting a resolution to approve the renewal of liquor licenses for the 2026 licensing period for the following establishments holding a Class B, Class C, or microbrewery liquor license that are in compliance with Chapter 10 alcoholic liquors of the City Code. Those include Adachi, Bell Bistro, Birmingham Pub, Big Rock Italian, Chop House, Churchill's Bistro, Employee Meal, Griffin Claw, Lincoln Hills, Salvatore Scalapini, Toast, Wilders, All Seasons, Bistro Joe's, Birmingham 8 Community House, Imagine Palladium, Hazel Ravines, Restoration Hardware, Lux Bar and Grill, Lincoln Yard, Tallulah, Social Kitchen, Bella Piatti, Brooklyn Pizza, El Fiore, Dick O'Dowd's, Fleming's, Hyde Park, Market North End, Springdale, Daxton Hotel, Townsend Hotel, Townhouse, Casa Pernoy, Birmingham Sushi, Cafe, Ellie's Mediterranean, Forest Grill, La Strada, Phoenicia, Streetside Seafood, Terra Kitchen, Whistle Stop, and Zana. And to make a motion adopting a resolution to set up public hearings on Monday, March 9th, to consider whether the City Commission shall file objections with the Michigan Liquor Control Commission for the renewal of licenses held by the following establishments that are in violation of Chapter 10 alcohol liquors of the City Code: 220 Merrill, Sidecar Slice Shift. And further, to direct the city clerk to notify the owners and operators of the licensed establishments for which a public hearing is set via first-class certified mail to inform them of the public hearing date set for March 9th, 2026 at 7:30 p.m. and to at 7 p.m. March 9th at 7 p.m. and to inform them that they may submit any written material for consideration by the City Commission prior to or at the time of public hearing, that the licensee or counsel of licensee may appear at the hearing in person or via Zoom, and that the licensee or counsel of licensee may present witnesses or written evidence for the City Commission to consider at the public hearing.
Second.
Take and breathe. Comment on the motion? City Commission, comment from the public or or yes? Ms. Allen?
I'm here for Steve Simon as well,
Okay.
for Shift and Slice.
Oh, okay. Fire away. Do you have
Thank you.
anything you want to say?
Yes, I do. Steve they had 3 violations in this period of time in the 24 months. Both of them were outside, one of them was inside. I think, I'm actually surprised here as well that the police department say that Steve Simon is not cooperative. He has many places, and, but again, he lives here, and so they have good security in there from Thursday to Sunday. It is a big place. They too, I think they passed 2 controlled buys in the past 12 months, so that means they're doing something right, they're not selling to minors. But they had these 3 incidents, 2 of which were outside, 1 of which was inside, and he's really working on it. He's got staff over there that is heads roll when this kind of stuff happens. So he too did not know that he had to be here tonight. So close.
Safe to say you're opposed to the motion?
I am.
May I add one comment
Yes, on the motion.
on the motion?
Okay.
Zana was here last year. It's one of the biggest establishments in town. They had a lot of problems. So if anybody who is coming back wants to know how to deal with it, talk to them.
Well, and I would add, they didn't come tonight. They'll have the opportunity to come to the hearing. And so will you, I'm sure. Any other comments? Comments online? Raise your hand function online on Zoom, and seeing none. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kolb,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Treeslaw,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowe,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Great. Item B, final special land use permit and final site plan review and design review for 298 South Old Woodward to permit the modification of the existing required off-street loading facility, make room for new in-house laundry facilities and a new trash compactor. This is the Daxton Hotel, correct?
Correct, this is the Daxton Hotel.
Okay. For all those of you who don't know, what is at 298 South Old Woodward?
Okay, thanks, Nick, Fine Director, again, for the City of Birmingham. It has been a while, so I will give you a little bit of background as to why we're here, because it's been so long, and then we'll, of course, get into the conversation, and, of course, the applicant is here. So this is a special land use permit amendment. They've been operating under a special land use permit for a little over 4 or 5 years now, because of the sale of alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption. The entire site is under a special land use permit, so when they make modifications to the site, major modifications that is, they need to come and amend their SLUP to reflect the changes. In this case, the issue all started with laundry. Almost 2 years ago, golly, maybe a year and a half ago, they applied for a permit to alter what was approved as a trash room, which is this area here, which is kind of back left of the loading zone, into a laundry room. We noted the change in the building permit set, and we denied the building permit, suggesting to them that, well, no, we need to know how you're going to deal with your trash. Their proposal to deal with the trash was then to introduce a large compactor into their off-street, their required off-street loading facility that's accessed off of Brown, effectively removing that off-street parking space from the site, removing the required off-street parking space from the site.
Off-street loading.
Thank you, loading space.
This is a loading dock.
A loading dock.
Right, ill-conceived, right?
Yes, very challenging to get into. It does meet the very bare minimum requirements, 14 by 12 by 20. So, frankly, they haven't used it for quite some time. We don't have an ordinance that says you must use it every time. We just say you have to have it. So we've all walked by.
What do they use instead?
We've all seen the 75 roll-off trash bins that are in that, plus other miscellaneous back-of-house things. So we all see it. We all know what's happening there. I think they don't shy away from it either. So what they did is they came to the planning board and requested this special land use permit amendment. It was approved with several conditions, one of which we'll have to talk a lot about tonight. They did also visit the Board of Zoning Appeals, and they were granted a variance of one usable off-street loading space. So the last stop is the City Commission by nature of the special land use permit requirements. So the long story short is, I'm going to pull it up again. To summarize, they will be removing their off-street loading facility or repurposing it so that trucks can no longer pull in it. They will be reintroducing a laundry facility that will, as they explain, drastically reduce the amount of trucks and deliveries on site. And what they discussed at the planning board, which I imagine will be the main discussion point tonight, is that they've suggested that they feel as though many or all of the deliveries that that are necessary on site can be handled on the lower level through smaller vehicles such as vans or trucks. That was blended into the approval recommendation from the planning board, and that is something that Commissioner Haig mentioned that he would particularly be asking about tonight. How do we enforce a mandate like that? So I usually admit when I have a very unsatisfactory answer, and I think I've brought you another one. I have had conversations with police and code enforcement. We have police, we have code enforcement. And the answer is, we're probably not going to be able to enforce it on any sort of regular basis. Of course, if we see something, if they're violating any traffic laws, of course. But on a regular basis, we can't have, not that you're suggesting it, but a police car parked out there or a code enforcement official walking the beat around this building. So at a certain point, I think we can either do one of two things: discuss that approval condition, since you do have the final say and what goes in the contract and the resolution. I think the applicant has brought up a little bit of information, because I did give them a heads up that this would be a discussion point, and maybe see where the conversation goes. The last thing, since I forgot to mention, way back when we postponed this, adjourned it, excuse me, you did require that the applicant pay the cost of renoticing. We did get those final costs from our providers. We did invoice the applicant last week. I did check today, and it has not been paid yet. However, they could have sent a check that just hasn't arrived. So I invite you to ask them a little bit more as to whether or not they've cut the check or paid as they come up here. But other than that, I'm happy to answer questions. Yeah.
With the new agenda software, we forgot to format this. This item and the next item are public hearings, so we should
Oh, golly.
open and close.
Well, I will open the public hearing at 8:08 p.m. We have had a presentation, which I don't think we need to repeat. Is there anyone in the public or online, and that would include the petitioner, who would like to make a comment?
Mayor Baylor, it is appropriate for staff and the applicant to complete their full presentation before entertaining comments and/or questions from the public to satisfy the public hearing. It is important that you opened it, and thank you for doing that. But they need to make the presentation so that the public knows what
And
they're
I did
commenting
invite
on.
the petitioner.
Yeah, and they may make their presentation as well. Once they've completed their work, then
we
it's
can
time for the public. And the key is it's not time for commission, just public.
Right.
Thank you.
So would the petitioner like to join the party?
How you doing tonight, folks?
Good.
As you can see,
You are?
I'm Robert Carmack. We're representing the Daxton.
Okay.
So, as you can see, we're wanting to eliminate the supposed truck dock by putting in our trash compactor to remove our trash room and put an in-site laundry facility in its place, which will reduce dramatic deliveries. We're doing 3 to 5 deliveries a week just in laundry. And then we're going to reduce the deliveries out on the street by having vans come down to our lower deck, come into their service elevator, and we bring it up into the facility at that point.
The second part, are you doing that? May I ask a question? Okay. That's not part of the laundry thing. That's a whole nother concession you've made
Correct.
apparently to concerns that there are a lot of trucks out front, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear that that was a separate issue.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is that
That's it.
the extent of your, thank you. Appreciate your brevity. Now may I ask for comments from the public?
Are you done? Yes.
Thank you. Anybody in the public have a comment? No. Seeing none. Anyone online have any comment? See no one online. With that, I will close the public hearing at 8:10 and see if there's any comment from the city commission. Yes, Mayor, Commissioner Long.
I would like, if Mr. Carmack could address how they're going to notify or constrain their vendors to do deliveries by van to the lower level. Is that going to be added to the purchase agreements? Are they going to do a notice? How is that going to work so that is practicable?
It's something we've already put in place with our vendors, and they're already doing that as now. We're telling them, because they're bringing in multiple more deliveries down to the lower deck, to stop one delivery a week for our food and whatnot. So that's already in place now.
Does that satisfy you? Okay.
Here's what I'd say is a good answer, but it's not practically true. There are almost daily, when I leave and walk into town, there are 2 or 3, and I'm not sure people supplying the hotel or people setting up events.
It might be.
They're unloading speakers and unloading the stage and unloading flowers, and that left turn lane is end to end. And now, if you turn right, if you come down Brown and turn right, that's become a drop-off point for RH, where cars are stopping in the lane, and you can't, if you want to get around and keep moving, you can't go into the left turn lane because there's trucks parked there. You'd hit them first.
Quick question, so the underground parking, which is where these vans are making the deliveries, correct?
Yes.
Is that entrance off of Old Woodward?
That entrance is off of Brown Street.
That entrance is off of Brown Street, okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
that is by,
That's right after the loading dock entrance.
okay, so so the vans will not be stopping on Old Woodward to make turns into, good.
If I may, Commissioner Kozlowski, they
Yes.
do exit, though, off on Old Woodward?
Okay.
That is correct.
I think I'm less concerned about the exiting. And then we're saying we don't really have an obvious mechanism to enforce this. It sounds like you're not really interested in violating this agreement anyway. You've got the service elevator in the garage anyway. That's probably where you want to bring the stuff in. And is the reason we don't have an enforcement mechanism that we don't want to have like a human sitting out there watching all the time? Like, could we just string up a camera there, and if complaints come in, we check the footage and see if something's going on?
I suppose I would suggest to you that it would be, should there be a problem, complaint-based. So if it causes backups or consistent backups, I might wager to say, you bet we'll hear about it, whether it's through GovPilot or complaints or calling the non-emergency line for the police. There are mechanisms in which issues can be reported to us. I don't know that we would be, I guess they use the word actively monitoring.
And then I guess my final point is, they're not using the loading dock right now anyway, right? So whatever comes of inserting this laundry room, is there any reason to anticipate more trucks on the street than there were before? It sounds to me like there's probably going to be less, and they're not using the loading dock anyway, right?
Correct.
So.
I have a question for the city manager or city attorney. This is before us. We can either vote it up or down, right? Is there any in between? Is there anything we can do other than approve or deny this?
You could attach conditions, as you have done in the past,
Okay.
for special land use permits.
I'd sure like to hear a motion on this so that we can discuss practicality of either approving it, denying it, or attaching conditions to it.
I have a question for Nick.
Okay.
Nick, what did the planning board, how'd this get through the planning board? And also, how'd it get through the BZA?
I mean, that's a very good question. So it was a very long time ago, so I'll shake out a little rust. But if I can answer in themes. So the theme is, we know we're Birmingham, we know we're a dense urban downtown. We know that loading and unloading functions are just a part of being an urban downtown. They also admitted that the loading zone is used up anyways. So with the concession, if you will call it a concession, that the Daxton will direct smaller vans and trucks to the lower level, they didn't find any site plan or special land use permit condition that they felt necessitated a denial. So it was, I guess if those are the themes I could answer with. And the BZA.
Same for the BZA?
Yeah, they had a couple of hardship arguments, the main being the laundry. Part of it was it's very expensive, if I recall, to do off-site laundry, and that it would actually reduce the deliveries drastically. As a note, in the approval of the variance, they did also include that should the laundry no longer be needed, or should the trash compactor be removed, that they revert back to having the loading space. So they built in kind of a circular approval, if you will. So should they no longer need the condition that they have now, they'd like that to be remade into a loading space. It was a long meeting, though. There was a lot of discussion.
And it didn't affect anything else inside of, like, we couldn't turn that space into rooms or whatnot either.
Yeah, thank you very much, yeah. Their hardship was there's no other place to do it on site. There was no other place to put the laundry.
May I make a motion?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the special land use permit amendment and final site plan design review application for 298 South Old Woodward to permit the modification of the existing required off-street loading facility to make room for new in-house laundry facilities and a new trash compactor.
Second?
Motion second. Discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, you spoke. Hold on. Did you have something you wanted to say?
No, I just wanted to
I
say,
had two
make one
questions.
comment.
He made the motion. He gets to talk.
This comes up again next year, right? The SLUP?
No.
No.
Can it come up next year?
If you attach a condition, I guess.
Because I like the idea that we're removing trucks. I would like to send the message that if they're having deliveries, if they can also try, obviously, I understand they can't do every delivery that way, but if they could use large vans for deliveries as well to cut down even further, understanding that there may be times when they need a larger truck or what have you, and they're going to be where they're going to be, I would like to see this implemented, and I would like to see a review of it in 12 months and see where we're at.
Review the SLUP or review perhaps complaints or?
Complaints, yeah.
Or, there's a presumption here that parking in that middle lane is illegal.
Well, I hate to say this, but when the road was designed, that was one of the things that was specifically discussed, that it would provide a little bit of relief from how small all of the areas are and how we don't have a lot of back
So
alleys.
it's
yes,
not illegal, and it was actually quite intended to be used.
Well, that was the discussion.
To an extent.
To an extent that if it was for short term, it would, people could pop in
Yeah.
it.
Yes.
So I understand that the use of the central lane is better than blocking traffic, which was the condition that existed before there was the central lane. And I understand that the loading dock is, in all practicality, not being used, so that approving this SLUP improves the condition. I am concerned about the event answer you gave, though. Yeah, they're events. Is there a way, and Daxton does a lot of events, and they do a lot of large 300-people events, and we talked about valet and all that stuff. Is there a way to talk to the event vendors and tell them also that you're discouraging large trucks in the center lane?
Yeah, we could put that in our language in our contracts, most definitely.
So are you willing to do that?
Yes.
So if you, hold on, there was you made if you want to back out of this and add a condition, we should do that now. If not, and we could ask for a report.
I would like to add to my motion that we add a condition that they put in their contracts with event vendors, that they also use smaller vehicles that can take advantage of your underground loading dock and/or elevators to even further alleviate the use of that middle lane, and that we review this in 12 months for complaints.
Okay, so.
Sorry, because we're going to have to modify this under the conditions that are already present. So there's already conditions present in the resolution and the actual SLUP that says that that they shall comply with the approved site and design plans and any amendments thereto. So if they don't do that, they're automatically going to come back in front of you for a potential removal of the site, of the SLUP. But if you want to add the further language.
That was my intention, not to remove, but to add that further language.
So to put language in their contracts with their vendors.
That they will use smaller vans.
Will, must, endeavor to.
Will.
Well, you're asking a lot. I mean,
Okay.
I think there are occasions when they've got to use a big truck. I mean,
Yes, it may be very difficult to define and enforce.
What were you thinking when you said you would put it in the contract?
I was trying to think about how to word it, but to use smaller vans at any occasion possible, for pending the equipment they're using.
What is it,
Their speakers.
clearance?
Yeah.
No, the clearance is an issue?
Correct, yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, you can't use a large, anything over 7.5 foot cannot get down there.
I think we're talking about two separate things.
Hold on, let's get
We're
this going.
talking about utilizing the center lane in Old Woodward, or are we talking about,
We're talking about alleviating as much as possible the use of the center lane.
That's
by
right.
having.
right, I don't think that's what you're.
No, I took what he was asking was the
Okay.
height of the lower level.
Right, but you understand what we're talking.
Yes.
And he understands. Hold on, let's get this ironed out. Are you comfortable now?
No. But we'll, I'm hearing you. So I'm concerned about us writing something that could be left to interpretation and it being sort of nebulous, and then us trying to enforce something later on the fly. So it seems to me that we should maybe adjourn this, or actually postpone this to a date certain to the next meeting, which is the 23rd, so that I can iron out this language, and so that we make sure that there's some clarity and expectation, so that if we are alleging a violation, we are going to be clear what the language is that we are demanding that they abide.
And quite frankly, I think that's probably fair to you as well. So with that, I will withdraw my motion in its entirety.
I withdraw my second.
Okay, so that's off the table. And
So
now,
we need a motion to postpone to
now
a
I
date
need a
certain.
motion to postpone to a date certain.
Once
to
we've
February
clarified
23rd.
everything, if there's other
Right.
conditions.
But we got to specify the date.
Yes.
So you have your hand up, Commissioner Haig. Is it to make that motion?
Nope, it was to
Okay.
try and have a comment on what we were talking about earlier, because it was
It's at this point, that's off the table. So
it's pertinent.
can I get a motion to, go ahead.
Do we have a date certain, or it will be for a date certain in the future to be TBD?
You pick a date certain so that it doesn't have to be renoticed and go through the whole process again. So
Okay.
you can pick to have it come back on February 23rd.
Okay, is that enough time, or would you like it to be?
No, that's sufficient time.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to postpone this matter to the next city commission meeting.
On February
Which is on
23rd.
February 23rd.
Second.
Any comment on that motion? You have a comment on that motion? The motion is to postpone it.
It is. I'd
Okay.
like to make some comment on some of the observations that have been made that drove the...
The reason
Do
we
I ever
just
get a
did-
chance to speak?
Yeah, no, you will if I give you the floor, and I haven't given you the floor. The reason we are doing what we are doing is because we got into a situation where we were micromanaging this special land use permit. That is not appropriate for us to do. It's appropriate for her to go back, redo it, and bring it back to us for approval, denial, or add conditions. We're adding conditions. That's what we're doing. So that's what this is about, and there's a motion on the floor to postpone it. If there's a beef with the date or something else, fine, fire away. Otherwise, we're done micromanaging the situation.
And we will comment on this when it's before us on the 23rd.
Absolutely, absolutely. And anyone here is free to fire off an email to the city attorney with some opinions at some point. Any other comments on the motion? Any comments from the public online? Raise your hand. Seeing none, we can just vote on this, right? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes. Thank you. Moving on. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, and sorry for bringing you out and sending you back. Item C is a resolution to approve the special land use permit for 239 North Old Woodward to update the special land use permit with the establishment name Bezos. This is a public hearing. It is opening at 8:26 p.m.
Thank you, Nikki Bui, Planning Director, City of Birmingham. It is that simple. It is just a name change. All the documents, the resolution, and the contracts that we have currently reflect the approved name of Bloom Bistro. To be able to change the name and reflect the current condition, they've got to come here and do a special land use permit amendment, so that's what they're doing. No snakes in the grass, no change in the menu, no change in this, that, or the other, just a name change. The applicant can tell you why, but they do intend, I assume the question might be, do they ever intend to actually open? And I think the answer is yes, soon. So with that, I'll kick it back to you, Mayor Baller.
No, it's a public hearing, so we're going to hear from the applicant.
Did you open the public hearing?
I did.
Yes.
Didn't you hear me?
Thank you. No, I'm sorry, I was distracted getting their phone numbers. Thank you.
Yes, I believe the applicant or their representative is here.
Representative. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners. I'm Kelly Allen, here tonight on behalf of Bezos. Yes, it was Bloom, and they're opening, I would say, in the next 4 weeks. They're pretty much ready to go over there. We have to get the license out of escrow from the Liquor Commission. They had to change their name. Somebody stole it, and it wasn't filed properly, and there's another business in the city of Southfield using that name. So they worked with Ron and Roman to create this name. It means kisses in Italian. Oh. And their logo's pretty cool, if you didn't see it. And they're, like Nick said, Mr. Dupuy said, everything else is pretty much staying the same. New logo, new name.
Okay. Any comments from the public in the room, online? Nope, seeing none. Close the public hearing at 8:28 p.m. Motion? Comments? Motion? Okay, motions are good.
I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the special land use permit amendment for 239 North Old Woodward to update the special land use permit with the new establishment name, Bezos.
Second.
Does this require a roll call?
Yes.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Mayor Baller?
Yes?
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Therese Long?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. We have now commission items for future discussion. Motions required to bring up the item for future discussion at the next reasonable agenda. No discussion on the topic, or not much, will happen tonight.
We have none.
We have none. Wow.
We're giving you a break.
Moving along, commission discussion on items from a prior meeting. Nothing is listed. Occasionally, we bring something up. Does anybody? None? Okay, good. We now move to a resolution to meet in closed session. Rather than reading it twice, may I have a motion?
Sure. Move to meet in closed session pursuant to MCL 15268, Section 81E of the Open Meetings Act, to discuss pending litigation entitled The City of Birmingham v. the Community House Association, Birmingham, Michigan, Oakland County Circuit Business Court Case Number 2025-219218, CB Honorable Michael Warren.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Commissioner Hay?
Recused.
Commissioner Kozowski?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Valor?
Yes.
Commissioner Treesel?
Yes.
We have nothing removed from the consent agenda. Sorry. We have many, many communications regarding snow plowing, the YMCA, the community house. We have a communication from Brad Host and a communication from Maddie regarding ice cream. Commissioner reports.
Yes.
We have notice
No.
of intention to appoint to the Architectural Review Committee, the Planning Board, and the Parks and Recreation Board. These are very important boards. And do we have
I have a
also Commissioner reports?
I have a report.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you asked me at the last meeting to investigate. There's more children that want to be in the Y Summer program than there are spots available. And I asked the YMCA, Mr. Underwood, would he be willing to expand the program? And he said yes. Emphatically, he said yes. And the only caveat would be he's going to need more space, and I assume it will be another park versus just St. James.
Outdoor space.
Yes.
And so he would naturally then contact the city manager?
Okay, well, that was easy then. But yeah, no, he doesn't want to reject any children.
It's a wonderful thing. None of us want to reject children. Right? Other commissioner reports? None? We have commissioner comments, which are different from reports. None? Advisory boards, committees, commission reports, legislation, city staff, information only. I think it's time to go into closed session. Recording? Okay, we're back. Do I need to gavel us back? I gavelled us back. We just emerged from a closed session for an attorney-client privilege discussion of the City of Birmingham versus the Community House Association, which is the city's lawsuit seeking to halt the sale of the community house and enforce the deed restrictions and uses that the original owners placed on the property. I want to give the community an update. Last week, city officials and members of our legal team met with the CEO and legal counsel of the prospective buyer. The city had presented in advance what it believes necessary for compliance with the deed restrictions and to protect the community's interest in the community house. Essentially, a rough draft of the city's vision for what the community house should be under any ownership. The buyer gave us some insight into what it envisions for use of the building at 380 South Bates Street. As a result of the discussion, we all feel confident in saying that all of the participants on both sides would agree that while there was some overlap between the two visions, much more discussion and movement would be necessary for all to feel comfortably aligned. In the meantime, we intend to pursue our case in court, again, to ensure that any future use of the property complies with the deed restrictions that the original owners placed on the property. On the legal front, as has been reported, earlier this year, the Community House filed a motion to dismiss the city's case and sought to have that motion heard on an expedited basis. The court denied that request and sanctioned the Community House for failing to comply with court rules. The city and the Community House have agreed on the amount of the sanction, and upon payment of same, that will resolve that issue. The parties also met with the court on Friday, and the judge advised that he will soon be entering a schedule for the progression of the city's lawsuit and advised the parties that the Community House's motion to dismiss will not be heard until sometime after June of this year. In the meantime, while we continue to seek a possible resolution, the city will continue to pursue its case to ensure that the deed restrictions and use restrictions are complied with. The city will begin the process of seeking documents and information from the Community House about its past and current plans and actions that led to the current situation. We want to reiterate that the city believes it has acted in good faith since the announcement of a potential sale. With our lawsuit, again, we are seeking to protect the community's undeniable interest in the building and ensure that the deed restrictions and use restrictions placed on the property by the prior owner are complied with. We believe the deed and founding documents are clear. They're intended to provide a city of 4.8 square miles with a physical community center in perpetuity to serve its civic, social, and philanthropic needs of all the city's residents. To review our good faith efforts, we've made numerous offers to sit down with the Community House with or without attorneys present. We have offered to assume the organization's obligations. In addition, we have stated that if the city were to obtain control of the building, we would work to minimize disruption to the early childhood center and to scheduled events in the banquet facilities. In response to these efforts, we were told to submit a purchase offer, and when we requested access to tour the building in order to evaluate it and make that offer, that request was denied. Further progress requires cooperation from the Community House management and board. Excuse me. To those in the community seeing win-win or win-win-win solutions, we say this: that's not our goal. Our focus is singular. It is not the city's role to help the Community House Association form its new foundation. It's not our role to assist a buyer in acquiring a piece of property unless that buyer is able to fulfill and follow the deed restrictions, which are a legally mandated mission that was placed on the property by the prior owners before they donated the property. The city and the city commission want to assure and preserve a 100-year-old institution that belongs to the community and must remain, as its founders intended, as a home for the social, civic, and philanthropic activity in the city of Birmingham. The city's position is that direct negotiations are the most effective way to resolve the current litigation. Those negotiations have not occurred. One more thing. To date, the city has limited its public statements and relied primarily on its legal filings, but we are committed to communicating thoughtfully with residents while remaining respectful of the court process and the parties involved. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Adjourned.